Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second episode of the Crime Theory Exchange. So today we're going to be discussing the depositions of Collins. How do you say it, Susan? Kolinchek?
Kalansic.
Kalanzik of former Manitowoc Sheriff Deputy Kalanzik, as well as former Detective Bells. And we may squeeze in Nicholson and Conrad. The point of these depositions being discussed is that we know that there is a Wisconsin narrative that Stephen Avery wasn't intentionally wrongfully convicted, and also that the officers involved in the 2005 case had nothing to do with the 85 case, so there would be no reason for them to want to frame him. And plus, as today is November 10th, 2021, as we all know, 16 years ago today, Tom Kocourek, the former sheriff of Manitowoc County, was due to be deposed. But as we all know, on November 9th, Stephen Avery was arrested for a felon in possession of a firearm. And he, for whatever reason, that deposition never took place. And and I just find it, as I think we all do, I think that we all know that the timing of his arrest was not, it didn't have anything to do with the Halbach investigation and had everything to do with getting these depositions stopped. The month of October was a very good month for Stephen Avery's civil suit. They had a lot of depositions that got some key facts into the record that would have been very difficult for Kocourek and Vogel to have tried to minimize. As we know, on the open mic, Jackson, Foul Play's been discussing depositions of Griesbach and Fallon. And on Sunday, Susan read from Fallon's deposition, and he tried really hard to make Gregory Allen not a credible suspect in the Penny assault. And even Fallon, with all his gift of gab and legal lingo, word salad, couldn't convince anyone that Allen shouldn't have been the first and only suspect in the Penny assault. So, in other words, I guess, they can fool themselves. They can fool a small percentage of the folks, but anyone who actually takes the time to look into this case becomes real concerned real fast with the allowing of Manitowoc County to be anywhere near this investigation while Stephen Avery's civil suit was going on. So I guess Jackson, Susan, we're going to start with Don Bells.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Let me get this pulled up here.
All right. How was that? Was that a good? I'm always so nervous.
Oh, you did fantastic.
Talking to a friend. Just talking to a friend.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever, let's see.
So it's on page 10, right?
Yeah, Bells should start on, it's page 10 of the deposition, page 2, it should be of the PDF, I think.
Yeah, it is.
So this is Kelly.
And I'm Kelly, and I'm Kelly today, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm ready when you are. You ready for us to take off there, Christina?
Yes, please.
Okay, you just stop us whenever you want us to stop.
Okay.
All righty. Here we go. Now let me turn this up here. All right. Do you know when you first became involved in that investigation to the extent you did?
I think it was the first day I went to the scene. Do you want to know who was with me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Tom Kocourek was there. Detective Gaspardarek, myself. One of the traffic officers was initially given a job of diagramming the scene by the sheriff. There were others there, but I just can't.
Sure.
At this time, I can't picture the names.
Court reporter says, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Answer again.
I can't picture the names right now for the rest of them.
Reporter, thank you. Mr. Glenn, as a captain of detectives in 1985, it would have ordinarily have been your job to run that sort of investigation.
Right?
Is that right?
Yes.
Because that would have been considered a serious crime, certainly, right?
Yes.
And I take it at that time, you were among the most experienced people in that department. Would that be true?
I would say so, yes.
But as I understand things, you were not in charge of the Bernstein investigation. Is that also right?
Correct.
He was in charge.
Sheriff Tom Kocourek.
And can you tell me how long Mr. Kocourek had been sheriff around the time of the Bernstein investigation?
I don't recall.
Well, let me put it differently then. Can you recall any other major crimes that he was in charge of investigating before the Bernstein assault?
I can't. No.
Do you know if he had been in charge of any major crime investigations?
Not to my recollection.
Mr. Bascom, you mean at any point in time, or are you still talking about before this incident? By Mr. Glenn, at that time. Mr. Bascom, at the time of the Bernstein in 1985. Mr. Glenn, right. Mr. Bascom, okay. Back to Mr. Glenn. And your answer was no, you couldn't recall any others.
Well, actually, he was in charge of all of them when you come right down to it. You know how it goes.
Sure. I mean, he's in charge because he's the sheriff.
Yeah.
But in terms of having hands-on involvement in an investigation, are there any other investigations of major crimes that you can recall him being in charge of? Mr. Mayor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Mr. Bascom. And again, we're talking about prior to, in terms of, I think the question's vague as to time. Mr. Mayor. Well, and also what hands-on means. But please go ahead. Oh, these fucking lawyers.
I don't recall.
I don't recall, of course not. Back to Mr. Glenn. Okay. That is, you can't tell us any other major crimes that Tom Kocourek would have been in charge of investigating as of 1985, Bernstein case, correct?
Yes. He would have been, and this would be involved with our drug unit that we had. And he had to be filled in on everything and know everything that was going on.
In drug cases?
In drug cases.
Okay.
And I don't recall if we had a prostitution case going at that time or not, but it was near that time. But he knew what was going on all of them.
Sure.
And usually attend to the meetings that we had.
Would you characterize your role in the Bernstein investigation as greater, lesser, or about the same as it would have been in any other major crime investigation at that time? Mr. Pollen, I object to form, but go ahead, sir. Mr. Mayor, join.
Lesser.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Okay. How long had Mr. Kocourek been with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department in 1985?
I don't recall.
Okay. Had he come up through the ranks before he became sheriff?
He came from Manitowoc Police Department.
The City of Manitowoc Police Department?
Right.
Okay. And did he come directly then from the Manitowoc City Police Department into the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
Right after the election. He made it, yeah.
Reporter, I'm sorry, right up to the election?
right after the election. He
Reporter, right after.
came and took.
Reporter, thank you. Back to Mr. Glenn. And do you know what his role had been in the Manitowoc Police Department before coming to the Sheriff's Department?
I believe he was in the Detective Bureau, and he was in charge of juvenile investigations.
Okay. When you earlier said that as captain of the detectives, you would have ordinarily seen other detectives' reports, did that occur in connection with the Bernstein case?
There were times there was reports missing. They were in the sheriff's office locked up. I usually took care of the court proceedings with markings, with marking all of the evidence we had and all of the statements we had, making a master list. And if I did go to court with this particular box, the district attorney could turn to me and say, I want the statement from whoever it was. I usually had them coded. I knew right where to go to get them out. I think if you've seen any files in there, you'd see the little circle with the number on them. That's my marking.
Okay. And again, I mean, in this case, it was Mr. Kocourek who was in charge of that, not yourself. Mr. Pollen, object on foundation. Mr. Bascom, and I'll object to the form of the question. It's vague. Mr. Mayor, John, join. So then answer. Mr. Pollen, if you can.
Black and white. He was the boss.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Sure. Now, you're aware that came a time when, through some DNA analysis, it was determined that Stephen Avery had not been involved in that offense, and that Gregory Allen is the actual perpetrator of that offense.
Newspaper, yes.
Sure. Since that time, have you had any conversations with Sheriff Kocourek or then Sheriff Kocourek about this case?
He came to my shop for gun work, and I don't recall. I didn't want to talk about that anymore once this was started.
When did he come to your gun shop?
Let's see. He was there maybe 6-7 months ago.
Did he stop in with a firearm to have you deal with it?
Yes.
Wasn't that convenient? And what was the...
Does anybody else find that kind of odd? Like,
yeah, it's
really that's about time. If you think about it, Avery's civil suit was filed in November.
October.
Or the end of October, right? Of 2004.
No, it was October 12th, 2004.
Yeah, so October 12th, 2004. And so this deposition is taking place August 4th of 2005. So he showed up out of the blue to get his gun worked on right after Avery filed his deposition.
February or March.
Lawsuit.
February or March would have been 6 or 7 months prior.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sure
so yeah, he's saying around 7 months ago. So yeah, So that sounds to me like a hey, get your story straight kind of meeting. But of course, we're not going to say that they were talking about the case.
Well, of course not.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
that's
I
okay.
Find that
it's very suspicious. I mean, we can't prove anything, but it's damn he shouldn't have had any contact with him really without a lawyer.
I'm sure that Glenn and Kelly would have questioned Kocourek about this meeting had he been deposed.
I'm sure he would. I'm sure they would have.
Yep.
Put the screws to him. What the hell are you doing there with a gun? When you, I mean, without having the witness list or finalized witness list at the time, we may be drawing the wrong conclusion, but I don't think we are.
No.
So, no. All right. Line 15. All right, here we go. And what was the discussion that you didn't want to participate in?
There were none over it.
I'm sorry?
There were none about this particular case.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to hear what he had to say about the gun, what was wrong with it, and so forth. I was pretty busy at that time.
Did he say anything at all about the case that is the Avery case?
I don't recall if he did. I don't think so.
Did you know a detective, Leroy Beilke?
Yeah, I know him.
Okay. And how did you work with him?
Well, when we merged the departments, that's when I started working with him.
When would that have been, please?
I don't recall the date.
And when you say merged in the departments, what departments were merged?
We had what we called county traffic. They had no police powers outside the fence posts. This they wanted to change to give them full police powers.
Mm-hmm.
Building our department up. And that was the thing in those days. All those boys thought they were coming in and they were going to take charge. But when we found out the sheriff was the highest law enforcement officer in the county, we had lips dropping. There were some animosities in the group, and you know how it goes.
Sure.
I worked with Beilke a lot of times. He comes to my shop too.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I take it then that you knew that he was involved with the traffic side of things for some years.
Yes.
And then when he came into your department, he had some rank also in the traffic unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know him when he was a lieutenant in the traffic division?
Sure. Yes.
And do you remember having a conversation with him in connection with the Bernstein investigation? Remember talking to him about the case?
I don't recall this conversation, but I did read the report the other day on the 2nd, and I looked at it, and all I could do was laugh.
Well, let's ask about that. When you say you read the report, what report are you referring to?
The one that the lady talked to me on the 2nd, she showed me what Beilke allegedly said to me, and I don't recall this at all.
Okay. Who was it that talked to you on, you say on the 2nd?
She was representing the county, I believe, wasn't it?
I don't know. Do you remember her name?
No, I don't.
Okay. And this was, when you say the 2nd, this was just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, conducted at the sheriff's department.
And you were involved in this, invited into the sheriff's department by someone to talk about this?
Yes.
And who was there then?
Just her and I in a room. We used that would have been in the inspector's office.
I'm going to get this marked yet. I'm not going to get this marked yet, but for counsel's purposes, I'm looking at pages 5305 and 5306 from the Department of Justice file. Sir, let me hand you this and ask you to take a look at that and tell me that if that's the report that you were referring to a moment ago.
I believe these investigators added in a little bit in here. A remark like, quote, "This is Sheriff Kocourek first big case," unquote. I can't picture that coming out of me, but I don't recall if I said it or not.
Well,
I'm saying I didn't.
At the moment, all I'd like you to do is, and you might want to look at the second page of that as well, because that's the page I think that has the discussion about the Lieutenant Beilke. And at this point, all I'm looking to have is you tell me whether you can identify that as the report that you went over with this woman a few days ago at the sheriff's department.
Okay. What do you want me?
Well, is that the report that this woman had when you went to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, she had a different report?
Yeah.
What did that report discuss? Do you remember?
Boy, I just about can see the number on that report.
Let me show you for counsel's purposes 5529 and 5530.
You don't have the numbers on the...
Let me show you this. Reporter, I'm sorry, I'm not getting this. You don't have the numbers on what?
On the report. What would this mean? What would this right here mean? Quote, S.A. Strauss, the S.A.
Special agent.
Special agent.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not the one I had either. But this one was. Can I have that back, please? You want me to comment on this remark that Beilke made?
No, I will at some point, but at the moment, I'm still trying to figure out what it was that you were shown and by whom. I mean, I think we understand this was on August 2nd, 2 days ago. You went to the sheriff's department.
At 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Okay. How did that meeting come about? How are you aware of that? That's where you were supposed to be at that time.
I was called and asked if I could be there at that time by, again, I don't remember her name. I don't know her name. She introduced herself, but I can't recall her name.
Okay.
To Mr. Paulin, you should have that information, shouldn't you?
Would the name Amy Doyle ring any bells to you?
Right on. Yes. I asked her if she was the daughter of the governor, and she says,
okay. So Ms. Doyle called you and asked whether you would come to the sheriff's department to meet with her?
Yeah, she called me. I don't know how many days in advance of that, but I had it written on my refrigerator for a long time.
Okay. And when you showed up, it was you and she?
Yep.
Was there any recording of your interview with her going on?
Not that I could see.
And was she taking notes at the time?
Yes.
Speaking with you. Did she ever go over those notes with you?
Her notes?
Yeah. Just to make sure that she got things accurate or anything.
Yes. Every time she put something down there, I think she clarified what she was writing.
And she showed you some papers?
Yes.
And do you have any sense of how many papers she showed you?
She had the entire file on her desk. It was sitting this far away from me.
And how much of that file did you go through at that time?
Oh, she might have had the most, about 10 different files that she got out of there.
And she would hand documents to you and ask you to review them?
Mm-hmm.
But neither of the two documents that you have in front of you now with the page numbers that I gave earlier were among the papers, or among those documents that you reviewed. Is that correct?
I don't recall seeing this.
Okay. And could you tell me in the lower right-hand corner what the number when you say, quote, this, unquote?
The large number is 005529.
Okay. And how about the other documents?
005305.
And I take it that you don't recall that document as being one that she showed you earlier, or either.
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me have those back, please. If neither of these documents that you were shown, can you tell me what the subject was of the document that you were shown?
This was.
Let me back up. Was it a police report type document?
Yeah, it had one of my numbers on it.
Okay. And was it about the Penny Bernstein case and the Mr. Avery case?
Indirectly, yes.
Okay. What was it about directly?
Talking about Beilke coming to see me.
That's what the report was?
About another suspect.
Okay.
That's what I recall. And that's at the bottom of your one.
It's the same one that you were just looking at before.
Yeah.
This 55.
The wording was a lot different.
Okay. Wording was different, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about that subject. Do you recall Lieutenant Beilke coming to you to discuss the possibility of another suspect?
Truthfully, no. I don't remember him coming.
Do you have a recollection of, I don't know, Lieutenant Beilke ever saying anything about a man having been in the area of the assault at the time that Penny Bernstein was assaulted?
I would have wrote a report on this myself, and that's the one I saw. Beilke came to me, and his words were something like, one of the deputies saw, or one of the deputies got information from somebody that they saw this person in the area. Wouldn't tell me the name of the deputy that gave him the information. Wouldn't give me any information, but the subject probably lives in Sheboygan someplace. He had no name of the suspect. It was one of those things I sat there and said, now, what do I do with this? My usual thing, if they come up to me with something decent, I'd get on the phone immediately and I'd call the detectives in Sheboygan County. We work so close together in this area, and they'd have bent over backwards to find out what it was all about.
Sure.
There was no sense in me giving them, can you go out and look for a name unknown, address unknown, possibly living in your city or your county? That's a tall order.
I can appreciate that. Can you give me as close as you can a time frame as to when you and Lieutenant Beilke had that conversation?
I can't even recollect him coming in and telling me that
Okay,
right now.
sure. But you do know that you had some conversation with him that was not as
I must have, because my report was in the file.
okay. And in your discussion with him, he made some comment about somebody from Sheboygan. Mr. Covelli, I'm going to object. No, Dr. Glenn, is that correct? Mr. Covelli, excuse me. I'm going to object. No foundation. The witness has testified he doesn't have a present recall. Mr. Bascom, I'll join that. Back to Mr. Glenn. You're allowed to answer the question.
What was that?
You're allowed to answer the question.
You'd have to repeat what you want now.
Okay. Well, let me try this. You do recall having some conversation with Lieutenant Beilke in which he mentioned someone from Sheboygan as being a possible suspect. Is that correct?
I cannot recall it, but the only thing that brings it back to me is the report I saw yesterday.
Okay.
And I still can't remember him coming into my office.
Well, whether he came into your office or not, I mean, he had some conversations with you, it sounded like.
Apparently.
And you at the time did not think the conversation was sufficiently specific to allow you to go to another agency with that information. Is that what I understand you to say? Mr. Pollen, I think we're exceeding foundation.
I had zero to go with in the first place. I didn't go to another county.
Mr. Pollen, I object to the form of that on that basis. Dr. Mr. Glenn. And at the time you had the thought of whether you should go to another county that was based on what it was that Lieutenant Beilke had said to you. Is that correct? Mr. Bascom, object to form. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to object as misstating.
I can't.
Mr. Mayor, his testimony, there's a statement in there. Mr. Glenn, excuse me, you've made your objection. Mr. Covelli, if I can just have a continuing objection to the lack of foundation. Mr. Glenn, sure. Mr. Covelli, on this subject matter, thank you. Mr. Pollen, Mr. Bells, when one of the attorneys objects, you just might want to hold tight.
Okay.
Mr. Pollen, and then wait until that gets out and then go ahead and speak so that we're not speaking at the same time. No joke. Back to Mr. Glenn. Now, those objections having been made, you're still allowed to answer the question.
Like I said before, I don't recall Beilke walking into my office. I can't remember this, but apparently he must have.
And why do you say apparently he must have?
I wrote a report on it.
You wrote a report on it.
I'm sure I did, yeah.
And what did your report say? Do you recall?
I just explained how he came in, deputy gave him information, wouldn't give me the deputy's name. He had no name of the suspect. Possibly lived in Sheboygan. It was a big zero.
Okay, do you recall any conversation at all with Lieutenant Beilke concerning the Avery case?
I really can't. I can't remember that. But apparently, like I said, it must have because I wrote a report on it.
Okay. So seeing that report caused you to say that you must have had that sort of a conversation. Is that a fair statement?
Apparently.
I mean, you wouldn't have made up a report out of thin air, correct?
That's work.
So you wouldn't have done that, correct?
No.
And if you wrote a report to that effect, it must have happened, correct? Mr. Pollen, I object. It's foundation at this point. Mr. Mayor, yeah. Also, the form of the question. Go ahead.
I think I answered it already a couple times.
Mr. Pollen, I think you have too. Go ahead and answer it one more time.
So, if there was a report there, well, I gotta say, yeah, it's possible.
Back to Mr. Lynn. What's possible?
That Beilke may have said something to me about this.
Well, sir, it's more than possible, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you agree? I mean, you wouldn't have written a report if it didn't happen, would you?
Apparently not.
Okay. So can we agree that it happened, but that you just today don't have a recollection of it? Is that what you're telling me? Mr. Cabelli, objection, form. Mr. Bascom, join. Mr. Mayor, join. Go ahead and answer it.
I suppose so.
Back to Mr. Glenn. I take it that in 1985, with 25 years of law enforcement experience in the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, you would have realized that if there was another suspect in the Bernstein assault, that it would have been important information, correct?
Yes, I would.
And you would have, based on your experience and training, made an effort to find out information about the other suspect if there was one, correct?
If you have good information, yes.
Do you have any recollection of referring Lieutenant Beilke to Sheriff Kocourek?
No.
Do you have any recollection of referring to Lieutenant Beilke to the District Attorney's office?
No.
You do recognize that Beilke's statement, well, let me withdraw that. On the second, when you looked at the file documents that you were shown, is that the first time that you recall seeing anything relating to the Beilke statement?
I really don't recall.
I take it you don't have any record yourself relating to any of this. Is that right?
Nope.
Did you keep a memo book at the time?
Nope.
Did you keep any form of memos or notes about the events of 1985 during the 1985?
No.
So it is correct that the only documents that would reflect what you did or whom you spoke with in 1985 would be the police reports that you yourself may have generated back then.
Not necessarily that I generated, but
Somebody did.
yeah.
There wouldn't be anything beyond that. Is that right? I mean, you didn't keep a personal memo book is what I'm getting at.
No.
Okay. So other than the police reports that would have come out of your department, are there any other records at all that you can think of that you would look at if you were trying to go back to 1985 and see what had happened then?
The main file. That's the only thing I can.
Okay. And when you say the main file, that would include reports that would have had number with circles around them that you were talking about before. Is that right?
Right.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with Sheriff Kocourek about Stephen Avery matching the description provided by Penny Bernstein?
Nope.
Do you ever recall having a conversation with Sheriff Kocourek about the Bernstein investigation at all?
Just general things going on at the time.
Specifically, sir, do you have a recollection of telling Lieutenant Beilke that you were not going to bring in this person from Sheboygan for questioning?
How could I possibly do that?
So does that mean you do not have a recollection of telling him that?
No.
And do you remember telling Lieutenant Beilke that you couldn't bring in the person for questioning because the sheriff wanted Stephen Avery convicted on this case because the description given by Penny Bernstein matched Stephen Avery? Mr. Cabelli, objection, foundation, and form. Mr. Mayor, join.
Okay, now back up. The sheriff allegedly told me this.
Mr. Bascom, why don't you read back the question? Back to Mr. Glenn. Do you understand the question? I mean, is that...
Well, in talking, I kind of lost track. I'd like to hear it again.
Mr. Glenn, could you do that? Reporter, sure, off the record. Question played back. Reporter, back on the record. Back to Mr. Glenn. The question's been played back. Do you recall the question enough to answer it?
Sheriff never told me this.
And when you say, quote, this, unquote, you mean the sheriff never told you that because Stephen Avery's description matched the description given by Penny Bernstein, that the sheriff was going to stick with the Stephen Avery as his suspect?
He never.
Is that correct?
He never told me that.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversation along those lines at all with Mr. Kocourek?
I had very few conversations with him about this case.
Have you ever had any disagreements with Lieutenant Beilke in the last 15 years?
Not really.
I take it that you took a look at the report of this interview. That's the one where you were asking me about the SA, the special agent designation was.
Yeah.
Mr. Bascom, object to the form of the question. It's vague as to time. Back to Mr. Glenn. And you've looked at this report today, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether you've seen that report earlier?
That particular one? No.
And again, we're talking about, the one we're talking about is the one that has 5529 down at the bottom right corner. Is that right? Mr. Kelly, that's from Exhibit 15 in the Strauss deposition.
I got to take a break.
Mr. Glenn, okay.
I got problems with my water tablet.
Mr. Glenn, no problem. Reporter, off the record. Off the record. Okay, back on the record. Back to Mr. Glenn. Mr. Bells, let me ask you questions about a couple of other areas, and we'll come back to the Beilke business. Do you recall a composite drawing being prepared of Ms. Bernstein's assailant?
No.
Do you recall ever having a conversation with anyone about a composite drawing?
Jean Couchet told me some time ago that he had drawn a picture.
Did you ever hear anyone saying that composite drawing resembled someone? Mr. Bascom, are we talk? It's vague as to time. Objection. Mr. Glenn, ever. Mr. Bascom, ever. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure I heard that he looked like Stephen.
Mr. Glenn, okay. Do you remember when you first heard that?
That was shortly after he had drawn the picture.
Like the same night or afternoon?
Late afternoon, something. I can't recall when I heard that.
Porter, I'm sorry, I can't remember when I what?
I can't recall when I heard that. That's a hard one to pin down.
Back to Mr. Glenn. You were aware that Ms. Bernstein was taken to the hospital, correct, in connection with this assault?
I put that together in the middle of the day, yeah.
Okay. Were you ever at the hospital while she
No.
was there? I'm sorry?
No.
And you weren't there at the hospital when Mr. Jean the Pencil Couchet prepared a composite drawing then, I take it?
Nope.
Is that right?
That's right. No.
Okay. Did you understand Ms. Bernstein or her husband to be friendly with Mr. Kocourek?
Yes.
What was your understanding of that?
Both Mr. Kocourek and Mr. Bernstein's wife, what was her name? Penny. They attended the same church together. I took it they were personal friends.
Did you ever have any discussion with Mr. Kocourek as to why it was that he was running the investigation into the Penny Bernstein assault as opposed to your running it?
No.
Why not?
He was the boss. That's why.
And so because of that, his decisions ruled.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And did the fact that the decision had been made indicate to you that there would be no discussion about it?
I couldn't form that opinion, really.
Let me come back again to this composite drawing. Tell me again, with respect to this 5305 document, let me invite your attention, sir, to the third paragraph and ask, first of all, do you recall seeing that report before today? Mr. Pollen, his question is, do you remember seeing that report before today?
I don't believe I saw this one.
Mr. Glenn. Okay, then could you hand it back, please? Do you recall having a conversation with agents from the Wisconsin Department of Justice?
2 females, yes.
And would it sound right if I were to tell you that conversation was around October of 2003? Does that sound about right to you?
It would be right about, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember in the conversation with those agents from the State Department of Justice talking about the composite drawing?
I can't recall if they mentioned that or not.
Reporter, I'm sorry, I can't recall.
I can't recall.
Mr. Glenn. At the time that you were talked to at the time that you talked to them, obviously you were attempting to be as complete and truthful as you could be. Mr. Bear, object to the form.
Yeah.
And you weren't trying to withhold any information from them, correct?
There would be no reason to withhold.
So you were not trying to withhold any information, correct? And similarly, you were trying to be as truthful with them as your recollection would allow you to, right? Correct?
Yes.
And do you recall having a conversation with them about how rapidly Stephen Avery became a suspect in the Bernstein case?
You're referring to the wording, quote, a little bit too fast, unquote.
Okay.
Yes, I recall that.
And do you recall telling them that in your mind, you thought that because of a composite drawing and someone saying that was Stephen Avery?
I think I mentioned that's why I say it was a little out of context there. I mentioned about being a little fast. I myself, I don't think I really saw the composite driving diagram. I can't recall seeing that picture myself, and I'm sure I mentioned to them that all the evidence really looked bad for Steve.
Sure. And that was from your recollection at the time, right?
Right.
Because you hadn't had any documents that you could look at in 2003. And when you were talking to the agents in 2003, did they show you any reports or show you any documents from the case file?
Nah, I don't recall.
Did you know at the time that those agents were talking to others about the Avery case besides you?
I'd have to say yes.
And had you been told by any other people at the time that these agents were out reopening the investigation into the Avery case? Do you have any recollection of that?
Somebody told me they were.
I'm just asking if that happened.
That I don't recall.
When the agents showed up at your place, had they announced themselves first? Had they called for a call or written you first?
I think I had calls.
I'm sorry?
I think I had a call.
Okay. And when you had this call, was the call from them or someone else?
I don't know. I really don't know who it was.
Well, let me ask you, was it a call from someone you knew?
If it came from the state, I think I wouldn't know them anyhow.
Reporter, I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer at all.
If it came from the state, they were investigators from the state, I wouldn't know them at all.
Reporter, thank you. Back to Mr. Glenn. But before anybody from the state contacted you or showed up, had you had any contacts from anyone else, for example, someone from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, telling you that these folks might be looking to speak with you?
Very possible. That would probably be... I talked to Kocourek quite a bit on the phone. Whoever it is, I can't tell you who it was. I don't know.
Okay, let me ask it differently. Were you surprised when you were contacted by somebody from the state about this case? Or had you known it, you might be?
Oh, I was pretty surprised.
Okay.
I can't deny that.
So you had not had any knowledge in advance that someone would be coming to contact you except for this telephone call?
Yeah.
From the state. Okay.
Right.
Were you present for the lineup that was done on the Stephen Avery?
Yes.
How did that come about? Why were you there?
I didn't have anything to do with that part, but I was there. I don't know what I was doing on that end of the building then.
And was that in the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department building?
Yes.
And who was in charge of setting up the lineup?
It was Kocourek and the sheriff.
Do you know whether it was the practice at that time of the Manitowoc County or Manitowoc Police Sheriff's Department to videotape lineups?
I didn't see that happen. I don't remember.
Okay. So that's actually the next question I was going to ask, as was whether you had any recollection of that particular lineup being videotaped.
I was there such a short time.
Could have been.
All I can remember is I was there for some reason, and it seems to be something to do about the glass. I don't think they said Mrs. Barrington was leery about that or not.
Reporter, did you say leery?
Leery.
Leery, thank you.
About looking through the glass while people can see you on the other side.
Sure.
And that we conducted that little experiment, the other side and back.
Reporter, I'm sorry, I'm not getting that.
We conducted, I think that's why I was there. We made a little experiment to make sure that he couldn't see out and see her.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Glenn. But with respect to the videotaping issue, it could have been videotaped. It could not have been videotaped. You just don't know.
I don't know, really.
Okay. You never seen a videotape of it? Is that correct?
Right.
All right. Let me come back to the Beilke interview.
Okay.
You've indicated that you were aware that other people besides yourself were being interviewed by the state agents. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe the agents told me that.
And did you know whether they had talked to or were going to talk to Lieutenant Beilke?
I believe they already had.
And did they ask you about what? Let me withdraw that. Did they tell you what Beilke had told them in their interview of him?
Yes.
And generally, can you remember what they told you?
Not really. General to what was in there.
And when you say general to what was there, are you referring to this 5529?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say general to that, do you mean they told you the same kind of information that is in the document that's 5529? Mr. Mayor, object to form.
Words could be a little different.
Mr. Glenn, sure, the words could be a little different, but I mean, is that the general subject area that they were?
That's about it, yeah.
Okay. And did they ask you for your recollection of that conversation with Lieutenant Beilke that's described in 5529?
I think I gave him the same answer. I couldn't remember that.
Okay. And I'd asked you before we took the recess or the break in the deposition here, whether you had any personal disagreements with Lieutenant Beilke in the last, say, 15 years or so. Remember that?
Little animosities over the merger and that, and petty stuff.
And that would have been long before the Bernstein matter came up, correct?
Yeah.
So you and Lieutenant Beilke had been working in the same department for a number of years as of 1985. Would that be correct?
Sure, yes.
And you had no reason to disbelieve what Beilke would say, did you, in 1985? Mr. Bailey, object, form of the question, confidence of the witness.
I have no reason.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Right, to disbelieve Beilke in 1985. Mr. Cavalli, same objection.
I have no thought about that at all. He gave me nothing. He got in return nothing.
Back to Mr. Glenn. And from 1985 up to today, you've had no reason to disbelieve Lieutenant Beilke, correct? Mr. Pollen, I would object on foundation and form at this point, given this testimony. Mr. Cavalli, same objection. Mr. Meyer, join. Mr. Bascom, yeah, me too. Mr. Pollen, go ahead, sir, if you can, though.
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Back to Mr. Glenn. That is, you can't identify for me a reason why you personally would not believe a statement made by Lieutenant Beilke, correct? Mr. Mayor, same objections.
No, I wouldn't.
Mr. Glenn. And when the special agents talked to you about Mr. Beilke, having said that he had had a conversation with you about a suspect from Sheboygan area, do you recall what you said to them?
Not really, no.
But I understand you to be saying that that's not something that you have a recollection of.
Right.
Do you have any recall of any conversation you had with Mr. Kocourek about Mr. Kocourek's having had contact with the district attorney concerning the Bernstein matter?
Not really.
Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Beilke in which you told him of a conversation between Mr. Kocourek and the district attorney?
No, not that. You're not making sense here. You'll have to rephrase that somehow.
Okay.
I can't grasp it.
Okay. Do you recall telling Lieutenant Beilke that you had talked to Sheriff Kocourek about a conversation Sheriff Kocourek had with the district attorney? Mr. Cavalli, object to the form of the question. Vague. Mr. Mayor, yeah, Foreman Foundation.
No, I don't. I don't recall it.
Mr. Glenn, do you recall specifically telling Lieutenant Beilke that Sheriff Kocourek had told District Attorney Bogle not to screw up this case, meaning the Bernstein case?
No, I heard that the other day.
And you have no recollection of that?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations with anyone else about a suspect from the Sheboygan area? Mr. Pollen, with anyone else other than Mr. Glenn? Well, just say with anyone. Mr. Pollen. Okay, I apologize, Mr. Glenn. No, that's fine.
Not that I can recall.
Mr. Glenn, do you recall Mr. Cachet coming to talk to you in the mid-1990s while an appeal or a post-conviction effort was being made on behalf of Mr. Avery to ask you about the Sheboygan suspect?
This is hard to answer because it would be no. But I can recall another suspect coming from that end of the county near Sheboygan, and that one I can even name. It was young Larry Klein, and he was, I don't know, but they'd done some checking on him, and he wasn't even here at the time. I knew this subject real well, arrested him numerous times for drug-related cases, but I can't recall Couchet asking me that.
Okay. And do you know how the Klein name is spelled?
Klein, I guess.
Okay. Well, with respect to any contact you may have had with Cachet in the mid-90s about another suspect in the Bernstein case, and in particular a person from Sheboygan, do you understand that you're saying that you have no recollection of that?
No, and I'm burning the wax up here. I don't recall, really.
Okay. And just so I have an understanding of what you've been referring to earlier with respect to the reports that you were involved with, let me show you page 846. Mr. Glenn, counsel, just so you know that we're talking about from the file, you can see in the upper right-hand corner,
It looks like me.
a number 15 with a circle around it.
That looks like mine. Yep.
Okay. That's what I thought you had in mind. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Are they talking to Allen?
No, it really, the subject of the page wasn't so much as an interest to me as was the...
Father was concerned and he called me and I talked to him.
All I'm really trying to find out, sir...
That's me.
...is whether the number 15 with a circle around it in the upper right-hand corner of that page is the kind of marking that you would have made on a report of yours.
That's right.
And this, in fact, is a report of yours, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that that's a practice you had sometimes but didn't follow it 100% of the time? That is, putting a number and a circle on top? Mr. Baskin, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
That's usually what I did when I had a large file.
Mr. Glenn. Okay. But again, I mean, the reason I'm asking is because there are other pages that bear your name as the reporting officer that don't have a circled number at the top. That doesn't mean that the page is an error, does it? Mr. Mayor, I'm going to object on grounds of foundation unless you show the witness. But go ahead.
This numbering system is just that I can go back and get this piece in a court case.
Mr. Glenn, sure. And again, I mean, if we look at 849, which is apparently another report of yours that doesn't have a page number circled at the top, that it doesn't mean that document that you're holding in your hand is an error, does it?
No.
Okay.
20 years can make a difference. You don't have the number 8 in there, do you?
No.
8 would clarify some of the questions you've been asking.
Counsel consulting off the record. Right. And with a circle at the top of 8 down in the bottom?
Right-hand corner.
Okay. Do you remember what that is?
It's something she showed me on the second.
I'm sorry?
It's something that she showed me on the second when I was at the sheriff's office being interviewed.
And is it a police report of yours?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm sorry. I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Let's see if that's what you're talking about.
That looks like it.
Mr. Kelly, why don't we get the page number? Mr. Glenn, I will. Let me, once he's identified it. Mr. Glenn, is that the page you're referring to? Mr. Pollen, the Bates stamp number on the document is 838.
Yeah, the deputy I couldn't name before would be Froenfeld.
Mr. Glenn, here, just a moment, please. Is the document that you're holding with the page with the 8 in the circle in the upper right-hand corner of the document you were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay. What number does it have stamped on the bottom right-hand corner?
000838.
Okay. Now.
And this one was typed up by Detective Kocourek, who is now deceased.
Okay. And when you say that this report would help clarify things.
Now, this is the first time we went to the scene.
Okay.
Froenfeld drew the picture, of the area.
Okay. Is that the clarification that you're referring to?
That's what I'm referring to.
That is the visit to the scene. Is that right?
Where I couldn't name the deputy that was
sure
the sketch artist that joined us.
Okay. And having seen this, you now recall that it was Deputy Froenfeld, Fauenfeld.
Yeah.
That drew the rough map. Okay. And is that a document, this one with the 8 circled at the top, is that one of the documents that you went over with Amy Doyle a couple of days ago?
She had that one. Yeah.
Okay. And she showed it to you, I take it. Is that right?
What was that?
And she showed it to you. I mean, you saw it then?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
She did.
Mr. Glenn, that's all I have. Reporter, off the record briefly. Reporter, okay, there being no further questions, deposition is concluded at 11:21. Off the record. Woo!
Woo.
Wow, huh?
And then some.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall.
So
it's funny. But before you get started, I have to make a comment.
Mm-hmm.
These guys. Now, this guy's clearly been in the sheriff's office for 25, 30 years. How is it that he can have? I mean, I get it. They see a lot of reports and all that kind of stuff, but this blanket, I don't recall. I'm sorry. I don't agree. Anyway, go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say it's funny to compare their lack of recall when being interviewed by a defense attorney versus when they thought they were just talking to a DOJ agent. And if you read that 627 page file that Seeking got and shared, that we shared recently on Foul Play, the last couple of pages of it are really interesting because it states that Deb Strauss has destroyed all records regarding this investigation, all her notes, everything. So she didn't even keep her notes and stuff. They didn't even keep them for 7 years, which you would think they would normally do because that's the retention policy, right?
Well, actually, I would think they would keep them really until either Stephen Avery gets out of prison and his case is done, or he dies.
Well, I'm talking about the DOJ investigation.
Yeah, so am I, because it's all tied together.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that any of it was destroyed.
Yep. So they destroyed it in 2008. So I find that very odd. And the those, it's clear that they thought that they were not concerned when Strauss and Lehman interviewed them. So they were a lot more forthcoming about what was done in the investigation. And once the report came out and so much of it was mentioned, it became a problem. And so what is the attorney's name that they're all meeting with prior to these depositions? Moyer or
Amy Doyle was one of them.
yeah. So it's clear that Doyle has brought them all in and said basically, if it doesn't help the sheriff's department, if it doesn't make you look good, you don't remember it occurring. None of you kept your notes. None of you have any newspaper clippings. None of you have anything to do with this case retained. Destroy it all. You never kept it because every single one of them, and I just find it very hard to believe that not one detective, especially the gentleman, and I think it was Bells, who normally kept record of the file and then transferred it all, or it might be Colin Kalanchik. You're going to hear from him that normally he is the investigator that prepares the file for the DA's office. And he had a numbering system, and he would file everything in a box, and that box would be transferred to the courtroom, and he would sit behind the DA at trial, and the DA would mention something, and he'd have a sheet, and Kalanchik could go right into the file and pull what was needed. But yet he was basically shut out of the Avery investigation in 85, and he was the head guy. He was like the chief detective. Another thing that I want to mention that I just recently found out, which everybody may know, there was no chief executive in the Manitowoc County government until Tom Kocourek made that position. He wanted to destroy this 15-person governing body and just have one person in charge of county government decisions. Now, think about it like this. If you're the sheriff and you have the county exec in your back pocket, then basically you're running the whole town. And another thing is he was going to run for re-election again in 2004, but for some reason in October, November of 2003, there started becoming articles in the newspaper saying that Kocourek was going to retire. He wasn't going to run for re-election. And I have to think that this has to do with the Stephen Avery case.
Oh, you know it is.
Yeah. And one other thing about Kocourek has always worked with kids. He was a juvenile. Like when he was with the police department, he focused on juvenile cases.
Yep.
He was in juvenile cases as a sheriff, and he's now the president of the Big Brothers Big Sisters. And I don't know why, but that bothers me.
Me too, really, Christina.
Yeah. The thought that he has, I mean, we know that there are rumors that either he or his brother were abusing their disabled relative. I can't escape the fact that he is working with children because he's drawn to do harm to them. I don't see him doing this out of the goodness of his heart because he's not a good man.
Right.
So what is he imparting upon these children? And there you can tell. I briefly went through all the depositions. I may have missed one. The only deposition Tom Kocourek was present for is the one we're getting ready to read. Now, that to me says he was there as a threat. Like, he has no business going there. He shouldn't have been there anyway, because he shouldn't be allowed to know what the other person is saying. He's a defendant. I wouldn't think he would be allowed to to witness another person's deposition.
I
Personally,
think I'm not sure, Christina. I think. Well, I mean, I'm just speculating here. I want to make that clear because if everyone remembers, Kocourek and Boyle too, but Kocourek was really fighting, trying to get on the stand. And even when he got on the stand, he was trying to force the limitations of what he would be able to, or what he would answer to. So I'm not sure if they were thinking at the time, well, we're going to get out of him having to testify. So, but yeah, he should have never been in the room.
No,
I find it really, really weird. Yeah.
That's a lawyer. We need to get a lawyer. We really need to put a pin in that one.
And about that.
We need to ask somebody and say, why was he allowed in the room?
And it just seems like pure intimidation to me. And the other thing, Susan, you're right. I did find Stephen didn't attend Couchet's deposition on the 26th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew there was one.
I wonder if it had something to do with Jody or what he had going on. I'm surprised he didn't attend the Pencil's deposition.
Yeah, I think he had something going on. I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in chat knows.
Yeah.
Was it something for Jody in relation to her drunk driving? Seemed like it
Possibly.
was. Shit, I don't remember.
I would love to read all of the Kolanchik deposition for y'all to read it, but it's a long one. So
well, we can read part of it now and part of it next time, or however you want to do it. It don't matter to me.
Okay. Just let me know when y'all are, when you've had enough. It's really, I think about like how this guy must have felt knowing that the sheriff is there to try and get him to say what he wants him to say. So just remember that Kocourek is watching and listening to every word that's coming out of this man's mouth while he's testifying. And so I'm pretty impressed with him because he's still, he tried to minimize it a little bit, but he got a lot of stuff on the record that I'm sure Kocourek was not happy with.
I really thought Bells did a terrible job because it really became apparent that he's another one of these that could barely remember his name, so he clearly had been worked over. Saying, I can't even remember how I got here. That's how stupid some of this was to me. He's been in the department for years, and he can't remember some of the most simple things about one of the biggest cases that ever been through the county. Come on, I'm sorry. Anyway,
Gregory Allen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to look. I saved his. Oh, here it is. So this is what I'll go through this for just a little bit. This is what Bell said to Strauss and Lehman. Well, maybe I will. He said that. Let's see what the highlights are. Bell said that he was the person that drove from Avery's father's house to the crime scene and back to Avery's father's house to see how long the drive would take. He also said that he remembered Berntson was positive that her assailant was Avery. He could remember thinking that it was all happening so fast with the idea of Avery and his immediate arrest. He stated that Avery was an instant suspect because of the composite drawing. He remembered someone looking at the composite drawing and saying, "I know him. It's Steve Avery." Bells again said that the whole thing moved way too fast and thought people should have taken a step back. Now, think about what he just stated in the deposition. He said that he didn't say that they misquoted him, right?
Right.
Right, but I don't see Strauss and Lehman putting this in there multiple times. If he didn't say it, and
I'm sure they wouldn't have.
Yeah, it says he did not believe that he expressed his concerns to anyone other than possibly Deputy Fred Nicholson.
Yeah, I'm sure that
I also believe that that Dvorak actually said that before the sketch.
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe
And
that.
they've changed that around.
I believe this is how I think it went. I think that because you're going to find out that Kalanchik was in the middle of moving, so he couldn't respond to the hospital right away. So the dispatcher called the sheriff, and I think it fell into the sheriff's lap. And he is one of these guys who he likes vengeance. I mean, he thinks that no one should mess with those he considers worthy. So he was going to kill two birds with one stone. He was going to he was going to solve his neighbor's case. And, remember now, Penny and Kocourек's wife went to church together and served on charity boards together. They were pretty close. So
You remember what Pa said that Stephen told him? Because Kocourek said to him, I don't care if you did this or not, I'm going to get you.
That's right.
Yep.
Yep. And that's because of the Morris incident.
That's right.
So he figured he looked like a hero to Penny. Let's, no one worry about the fact that he's still allowing this violent rapist to stay out on the street, but he's going to get his man.
That didn't have nothing to do with it for him.
No, he wanted to solve the case. He wanted to, make it up to Dvorak because of, to Morris because of what happened. And so I think he called Judy at home, Dvorak at home, and told her to have her husband pull Stephen Avery's photo and, and however many other photos, but make sure that none of them look like Avery. And when she got to the hospital to interview Penny, to steer her into picking that it was Stephen. Now, how would he know that he could frame this on Stephen? Did he know it was Gregory Allen and that they kind of favored? Did he know as soon as he heard the call that it was Allen? This is hypothetical here, but he would have had to have, right?
I think he set up Allen to do it myself.
Yeah, it's possible. And there's something weird about Penny's family and Tom Kocourek family is that it's either Penny's father or father-in-law owns the newspaper and also was the chief of the Fire and Police Board of Manitowoc County. Well,
yeah. Plus, they had that candy shop too.
Tom Kocourek had a brother, Richard, who went by the name of Dick, who also was a police officer who had a few incidents with the public that made him not a good cop. One was he had gotten into a wreck while driving his police car recklessly and above speed. And there was something else that the paper doesn't mention. So the chief, which is either Penny's father or father-in-law, made him resign. So he resigned prior to the age of 34. And the reason I know that is because he was killed at the age of 34. And it also doesn't say how he died. So I think that maybe if, Susan's theory is correct and he decided to set Stephen up and he chose Penny kind of as a sick, twisted way to get vengeance for his brother because maybe he blamed her father or father-in-law for his brother dying, because if he would have let him stay a cop, he would have, maybe he wouldn't have done whatever it is that got him killed. I mean, it's a lot of theorizing here, but Kocourek is definitely an evil individual who plots revenge on people.
So, well, even if he didn't, let's just say, even if he didn't set this thing in motion. And even if he didn't know for sure who had done anything to Penny, he knew about Allen, and he knew his modus operandi in the area. There's no doubt about that. He can lie however he wants, but he knew.
Oh yeah. They were the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department file on Allen was copied and given to Bells of the Manitowoc Police Department. I think it was in March of 1985. So in March of 85, Manitowoc Police Department and Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department were talking about Gregory Allen. And I'm sure when they put Allen under surveillance, they informed the Sheriff's Department about it.
Even beyond that, think about this now. And I actually had forgot all about this. But where did Kocourek come from?
The police department.
He came from the city police. So don't tell me that those people didn't talk. There's no freaking way they didn't talk.
No. And the thing is that's another thing Glenn and Kelly are getting onto the record with these depositions, is that these police officers, even though they worked for separate agencies, quotation marks, they Bells worked on guns. So he was the guy that cops took their guns to have them modified.
Sure.
So not just Manitowoc sheriff's cops, but Manitowoc people who lived in Manitowoc and who are officers took their guns to him to have them worked on.
Sure.
And they went fishing. You're going to hear one talking about he went fishing with one. They did all these. Read the newspapers back in the day. The officers were always getting together and having these events. And these were all the agencies in the county. So you had Kiel, Two Rivers, Manitowoc Police, Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
Calumet.
Calumet too. And another thing I want to make sure that everybody knows about is Mark, which Mystic Jinx put this out years ago. It's not something I just discovered. Mark Wiegert graduated from the same high school Stephen and Brendan went to, Lincoln. He is a Manitowoc County kid.
That's right.
Raised in Manitowoc County.
Yep.
So just because and the only reason he moved to Calumet was because I don't know how true this is, but this is what I heard. You have to live within so many miles of the sheriff's department you work to work for them. So that's the only reason he's not in Manitowoc at this time. He is a Manitowoc kid at heart. So all of these, like if you look in the newspapers and you put in his name and put in 1980 to 1995 when he was in school, it'll pull up the honor roll list. And he wasn't on the high honor roll, but he was always on the honor roll. And you'll see all of these kids that he's hanging out with. A Bushman here, a Herman here. So this whole interagency cooperation of strangers who didn't really know each other is bullshit. They knew each other. They grew up together, and I guarantee you, if we had cell phone records of these officers, you would find that they were talking way before the Halbach case, and they were also talking the entire time of the Halbach case. So it's
extremely
sad
likely. Yeah.
Seems to me like also, Christina, I could be wrong and misremembering this, but it seems to me like that Wiegert's father was a fire chief or something in Manitowoc. He was something.
Yeah, you know what? I think you're right about that. I think I remember Jinx telling me that.
Yeah, he was some authority. I can't remember what. I think it was fire chief of. I don't remember.
Yeah, he was in the fire department, and the fire department and the police department go hand in hand.
Sure they do.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
they're definitely hanging out at the same barbecues and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
They play each other on softball on this, the county softball leagues, and so it's laughable to try and pretend like these folks wouldn't help each other out in a jam. It was definitely an us against them mentality when it came to getting Stephen Avery.
Yes, that's made a good comment. Very sad that really all these people interconnected. Yeah, but it tells a bigger. I mean, there's a much larger story, beyond Stephen and Brendan. That it's really hard to get your arms around it. It's large. I see it.
Yeah. Do you remember? I was just thinking about that. Do you remember when I sent you that newspaper clipping showing that Deb Strauss was related to one of the canine officers by marriage? Do you remember her name?
Sarah Falk?
Sarah
Falsk? Yeah, Sarah Falsk.
Yes.
I think that's it.
Deb Strauss and Sarah Falsk are related by marriage.
Really?
And they bridesmaids at each other's wedding. Yeah.
And she worked for Great Lakes then, search and rescue.
Yep. I clipped that. If anybody goes into the newspaper site, if you have access to it, if you go in clippings, I clipped it under Sunshine, but if you search clippings in it'll pull up the link showing you that they are definitely, there was definitely a relationship there prior to the Avery investigation that had been going on for years. And then Strauss is also a local, even though she's out of the Appleton office. I think she has roots in Manitowoc County as well.
So, it's all one big family.
Yeah.
It really is. And then I don't know if anyone watched Jeff's live last night, but I want to. Yeah, I'm going to explain something that I found out yesterday about how it works for law enforcement in the state of Wisconsin. So let's say the DOJ has an investigation and they put out a press release and they say, we were assisted in this investigation by these agencies. And they list, a handful of sheriff's departments, a handful of police departments. In reality, the agency did not assist them. How it works in Wisconsin is in every police department and in every law enforcement agency in Wisconsin, the DOJ has an officer that is paid by that agency's fund. So they live in, let's pick Brookfield PD, for example, because I FOIA'd them yesterday and they're the ones that explained it to me. So, and this is for another this is another case. But so even though it says that the Brookfield Police Department assisted in this investigation, they have no records on this investigation because that agent that is paid with their funds is actually a DOJ agent. He doesn't report to Brookfield PD at all. He is only assigned to that vicinity, or that, what's it called? That area, that department. So he is a DOJ agent that lives in Brookfield.
Probably like that region.
Yeah, yes. So whatever, so he's assigned wherever Brookfield is authorized to conduct criminal or, a law enforcement activity. He lives in that area, but he is a DOJ agent that is paid with Brookfield taxes.
So do you know who the agent for the Stevens case is for DOJ that lives in that area?
Well,
No,
they were assigned in that case.
yeah.
So
So Strauss and Lehman were handpicked by Lautenschlager
Mm-hmm.
and to do this case. And what's odd is,
But I mean the Teresa case.
Mhm.
Here, I'm curious.
the civil case, you mean the criminal case?
Yeah.
Well, they were invited, and I think from that aspect, then it would have went to whoever
I see what you're asking.
whoever assigns agents for the DOJ would have assigned the agents, because
I'm just wondering if they had a local guy that
Yeah,
was
I see
DOJ
what you're asking. You know what,
Yeah.
Susan? That's actually a really good question, and need to look into that. Hold on. Where were the DOJ agents who worked the Avery case located at? What offices were they assigned or located? What offices did they work out of?
Yeah, I think Fassbender is out of the. I don't want to say Appleton. I think it was Madison. I think.
Mm-hmm. And if I remember right, it's odd that, well, no, I know I'm right about that. So they had Sherry Colhane do the DNA testing in this case, but there's another DCI lab closer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milwaukee was closer. Yeah, we know that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you already knew that. All right.
Oh yeah,
So
absolutely.
Tells me that this case was micromanaged from above, and it was tasked out to those who would find how it was needed to be, how the tests were needed to be analyzed.
Yeah.
The results would be what they needed for trial.
Yep.
So it wasn't done. It's definitely it's just a setup. And it's 16 years today. So I think we all know that most wrongful convictions average about 18 years to be overturned if they get overturned. So I mean, I'm so hopeful that by this time 2023, Stephen and Brendan, are at least on a track where it looks like they're going to be released. But as long as the state of Wisconsin can keep Zellner out of a courtroom, they control it, right? They have the story of how it went on paper, on file, in the record. So we can find all of this stuff out. But unless Zellner can get it in front of a judge, it's so frustrating to know they're wrongfully convicted and to know they're innocent and to have all this evidence that shows it, and yet, she can't even get her foot in the friggin' door to present this stuff. Because I think once she gets into a courtroom and there's cameras on them, they're not going to be able to play dumb anymore. They're not going to be able to make statements like, how dare you say the images look like Teresa Halbach, without saying why they think she's wrong to say that. And, they're not going to be able to act like her post-conviction testing didn't find problems with every piece of evidence used in this case.
I hate to say it, but this reminds me of the little girl that with the daycare and the baby. I can't think of her name right now.
Kelly Kinski.
Kelly Sensky, yeah.
Melissa.
And what Kathleen did in court with the X-ray images and things like that. I mean, she should have been exonerated, and
she should have been already out long ago.
And
absolutely.
She's not. Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Anyway,
where is that case? Is that a Illinois case?
No, it's Texas.
Is it a Texas case?
Are you sure, yeah. Jack? I think it's Illinois.
Wait.
I'm
You
pretty
might be
sure
right. You might. Yeah. You know what? You're right. I'm wrong. It is an Illinois case.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
correct.
I remember watching the 48 hours on the Kalinske case.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew even though they tried to make her look guilty when they presented the case, when they did the trial and all that, I knew there was something wrong with that case then. I felt it. You could just tell that they were trying too hard to make it look like she did something wrong.
Coerced confession. I mean, it's so obvious when you
Absolutely.
watch her interrogation.
It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It's dreadful. It's almost as hard as watching Brendan's.
Yeah.
Some ways harder.
Just as bad. It is just as bad.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway.
How long have you been on? Can you tell?
How long we've been on? Yeah, I can tell. I can tell exactly how long we've been on. We have been on 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 37 seconds.
Well, do y'all want to try and read for another half hour and we can
Sure.
talk about it?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I was gonna say yours has been sitting here quietly, being very quiet. How's it going, yours?
Yeah. Did I go to sleep?
I don't know. I don't know. Any questions right there that because I kind of looked in the chat, but I've seen a few things that. There's yours.
I just want to say you're doing an amazing job at reading this all out. Jex and Susan, by doing this, just compliments for that. I was totally listening to it. I was like, wow, what the hell? I was really getting annoyed by Susan. Not with you personally, but the person you know.
Yeah, you could go over and kick his ass.
I guess I read it the way I imagine it.
Yeah, that's good then. Then you succeeded at that for sure.
Thank you.
I think there's something so much more helpful in having that read, right? It's like we've all read these depositions, but I think you see it differently when you're hearing.
Just like the transcripts.
We'll do best if we had the video. Then you really have.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice if we could get them, but that's a whole nother ball of wax there. Anyway.
Yeah.
Money.
Yep. All right. Well, we can shoot forward here, and I don't know. We can see where we get to here in the next half hour if you want to cut it to 2 hours. And
yeah, well, I'm okay. Like I said, my husband he transferred, so he's working second shift. So I'm all right. I just don't want y'all to get tired or have something that you need to do.
Hey, I was on with Ripper for 5 hours that one night here, several months.
Okay.
That was crazy. Yeah. That was crazy. Awesome. Crazy time. Mm-hmm. Okay. Am I the lawyer again? What are we doing?
Yes, please.
Kalansik.
Okay. All right, Kalansik. This is on August 5th, 2005.
Please. Yeah, will you please read who is attending this deposition?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, which says where they're at. And appearances, Kelly, Glenn, Mr. Covelli, he's on behalf of Bogle and Manitowoc County. Mr. Bascom on behalf of Manitowoc County. Amy Doyle, and she's on behalf of Tom Kocourek in Manitowoc County. She's the one that did the questioning of this cop, I remember. Keep that in mind. Mr. Mayer, he's from apparently a private firm, also on behalf of Tom Kocourek, also present. Stephen Avery, Judge Stokowski, and then Mr. Thomas Kocourek, which I really don't understand that. Anyway, all right.
I just can't believe that.
I know. It's crazy. All right. We ready to go?
I'm ready.
All righty. Mr. Glenn, examination. Mr. Kalansik, if I agree to receive your home address and telephone number off the record, are you agreeable to your lawyer providing it to us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It'll be off the public record.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to talk to you about your time with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, and eventually we'll move toward the events relating to the sexual assault of Penny Bernstein and the arrest of Stephen Avery. Okay?
Okay.
So let me start with some general background stuff and tell me how old you are, please.
69.
And are you currently employed?
Nope.
How long have you been retired?
Oh, I think it's 13 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's nothing wrong with approximating if you just tell us that that's what you're doing,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I think it's X years. That's fine. So what was the last job you did before retiring?
Before retiring?
Yes, sir.
Last job was the sheriff's department. I was a juvenile officer and investigator.
Okay. How long had you been a juvenile officer?
Would have been probably 20 years.
And how long as an investigator?
The same amount of time.
Same time.
Yeah.
Okay. When did you start with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
Well, why don't I just give you my history of...
Sure, that would be great.
Okay. I started out as a jailer around 1960. And around 62, I went to city 2.5 years. And then I came back to the sheriff's department. That would have been around 70, I believe. And I retired from the sheriff's department.
And I'm sorry, when did you retire? Around 90?
When...
92 or something like that?
Check my watch here.
Oh, okay.
It ain't on there. I retired. It should have been 91. Yeah, 91, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, could you give me some sense of what the duties of a juvenile officer and investigator?
Well, it's kind of it's more or less detective work, but it also included the processing of juvenile papers, juvenile process with social services, and of course, like going to court to more or less take care of the case. The investigative work was to investigate everything from, I suppose, barking dogs to murder one, but I never got to murder one thing yet. So,
okay.
But it covered just about anything that needed investigating work. So,
and forgive me for not understanding the terminology your department uses, but is there someone who may be a juvenile officer and someone else who may be an investigator?
Well, yes. In our case, it was combined because when I first got this job, the sheriff department was sheriff, and then there was the county traffic where we had a very small department. So we had to kind of cover all the bases as much as possible. And that stayed with me as the sheriff department and county traffic merged. So, and it was it didn't require all of my time being a juvenile officer. So therefore, I was also involved in investigative work.
So before the merger, you and people like Lieutenant Beilke, for example, would have been in traffic?
Beilke was in traffic. No, I was in the sheriff.
You were always in the sheriff's department?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was in the sheriff's department. Yeah.
And after the merger, the department was substantially larger, obviously.
Oh, yes, it was. Well, they took in traffic and there was it was not traffic anymore. It was sheriff department, period. And everybody was, they were all deputies in the beginning, but they had their duties to do. And of course, then we had our investigative work to do.
Sure.
Process service and whatever. So, yeah.
Did the jailer activities that you'd been involved with earlier continue at any later stage in your career?
No. That was in the old jail.
Okay.
And after that, I didn't do any more jailer work or turnkey work, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah.
Okay. So I take it your contact with the jail, except perhaps in your capacity as an investigator, stopped many years ago.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me move you then to what is the focus of this lawsuit, and that is the rape of Penny Bernstein.
Mm-hmm.
And the arrest of Stephen Avery and the processing of that case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
First, do you understand? Well, you remember being interviewed by some state agents?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that they prepared reports of interviews just as law enforcement people usually do?
Yes.
And do you know that we've had access to a report of your interview?
I'm sure you have, yeah.
Okay. And if, sir, at any point in the time that I'm questioning you that it would be easier for you to refresh your recollection by looking at that report, let me know because I have an extra copy here that I'll be happy to pass over.
Yeah. I never got a copy of that.
Okay. Well, as we're talking about things, I'm certain that we'll make reference to it, and I'll just give you a copy.
Okay.
And we'll give you a chance to read it. Okay.
Okay.
But let me begin with the first time that you became aware that there had been an assault. How did that happen, and approximately when?
Well, it happened, I believe it was July 29th. I had actually 2 days off, and I was preparing to move out of my residence because my wife and I were ending our marriage. I had a trailer full of stuff and a station wagon full of stuff. My neighbor was helping out, and I started pulling out of the driveway, and my daughter screamed. She says, quote, "Dad, telephone," unquote. And I says, quote, "Who is it?" unquote. She says, quote, "Sheriff's Department," unquote. Well, I suppose I should have kept driving, but it's one of those things. But then I got to the phone and dispatcher says, quote, "Thank God you're here," unquote. She says, quote, "We've had a rape," unquote. And she says, quote, "I can't get anybody else," unquote. And
Ms. Doyle, could you just answer the question?
pardon?
Ms. Doyle, when you became aware, was the question?
Oh,
Mr. Glenn, it's okay. I mean, you can continue.
okay.
If you were answering that question.
All right. So,
Ms. Doyle.
Well, is there another question besides when he became aware? I think he answered that.
Jack, that's Mr. Doyle. Kind of sounds like Kratz.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was Ms. Doyle. My bad.
That's okay.
I'll deepen my voice.
It was at my residence when I was moving out of it.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Yes. And you were telling us how you became aware because of the conversation with the
Telephone call to the house, yeah.
with the dispatcher.
Yeah.
And when you were interrupted, you were telling me what the dispatcher was saying to you. So please continue with that.
Well, it was just that there was a rape and that she said she couldn't get a hold of anybody else. So she says, quote, "Could you come in?" unquote. I said, quote, "It's going to take a little while," unquote.
Okay. And did you tell the dispatcher, for example, how long it might take you?
I told her it would take me about an hour.
Well, was that because of where you lived and where the hospital was?
I was going to Manitowoc with my furniture, and I had to, I couldn't just park everything and run.
Sure. And was your vehicle hooked up to the trailer or something?
Yep, a trailer.
So did you have to either unhook the trailer or else batten down the furniture?
I got it to where I was going, and then I unhooked it all. And I got the car and went over to, it was Memorial Hospital at that time on Reed Avenue.
Okay. Reporter, I'm sorry, Reed Avenue?
Yeah, Reed Avenue.
Thank you.
REED.
Mr. Glenn. And did it take you about an hour to get there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you got to the hospital, who was there that you recognized?
Well, the sheriff was there and Bill Beck, Lieutenant Bill Beck. In fact, I'd called him to tell him I'd be late.
Okay. Called Beck, that is?
Pardon?
I'm sorry. You called Mr. Beck to tell him that you would be late?
I called Lieutenant Beck, down there, and told him I'd be late. I had to get this stuff moved, get my neighbor back or whatever. No, I got there within an hour, yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you. You were telling me that the sheriff was there and that Bill Beck was there.
Yep.
Was there anybody else that you recognized?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall. No.
Did you ever see or have any conversation with Miss Bernstein that night?
No.
How about her husband, Tom?
No.
Anybody else that you can recall having an interaction with at the hospital?
Jean Couchet. Actually, two people. Someone from the jail came with some pictures, and also Jean Couchet came. Was there any other? The rest were all in the emergency room, so.
Okay. And again, let me follow up on that. When you say, quote, the rest were in the emergency room, unquote, is that where you mean Mr. and Ms. Bernstein were?
I didn't see Tom Bernstein. I know she was in there. She had to be in there. I didn't see her go in, but that's where they would have taken her.
Sure.
The doctors, the nurses. I think there was a deputy in there, a female deputy. I think that would have been, I shouldn't really say I saw her either. I didn't, but I think that would have been Judy Dvorak. So.
Judy Dvorak?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let me come back to this a little bit and make sure I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
When you get there, there are only two folks that you recognize are the sheriff and Bill Beck.
Yeah.
And then shortly, well, I won't say shortly, sometime after that,
right, yeah.
You saw Couchet and you saw somebody from the jail.
Yes, the guy from the jail came first.
Okay.
And then Couchet came later.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to go back and try to give me your best sense of how much time passed between your arrival at the hospital and the arrival of the person from the jail. Actually, let me withdraw that question.
Yeah,
female staffer, Mr. Kelly. Yeah, Mr. Kelly, you have a call. Mr. Glenn, wait. Walt, I'm just going to keep going. Mr. Kelly, yeah. Back to Mr. Glenn. Let me back up.
Can I hypothesize here real quick?
Sure. Line 22. Go ahead.
So this deposition takes place on August 5th. Now,
yep.
I'm sure that they have been explicitly, the secretaries of the firm have been told that they are not to be interrupted, right? Period. Not to be interrupted.
Not doing a deposition, no. No.
Yeah. So what could this call be about that would have her interrupt the deposition? Now, he doesn't leave. He stays in the deposition, so it's not a family emergency. What could someone feel was so important that they knew they wouldn't get in trouble for interrupting a deposition to bring him to the phone? When was Gregory Allen confirmed again through DNA, and when was the warrant issued for the Minnesota sexual assault?
Well, the judge signed it in May. The official warrant was September.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder if they didn't find out something about that during this call. Just keep that in the back of your mind while we're reading through the deposition. I find it very odd that they interrupted his deposition for him to take a call, and he comes back to the deposition. So
he didn't take the call.
Yeah, he did.
He said, "Wait, I'm just going to keep going."
No, that was Glenn that said he was going to keep going. Kelly took his call.
Okay, sorry.
It took the call. It's okay. I had to read it twice too. So yeah, so Glenn is just saying, "Hey, I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to wait for you to come back."
Right.
Yeah. So, and then he comes back, but just keep that in the back of your mind, and maybe we can discuss it more after this one. I just find that odd. There's no coincidences in this case.
Okay. Line 22. Let me back up and ask you a different question. When you got to the hospital, you told us whom you spoke with, but do we need to go off the record for a minute? Mr. Kelly. Yeah, let's go off the record. Reporter, off the record. They look like they're off the record for 4 minutes. Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Glenn, thank you. I think before we got the note about the telephone call, I was asking you what you had done when you arrived at the hospital. Did you talk to anybody? You know, that kind of thing. Can you just give me a narrative of what you did when you got to the hospital? Whether you had any conversations with people that you did see?
Yeah, well, I had a conversation with the sheriff telling me where the hell was I, that I came in late. I explained to him what I had with this furniture thing, and I got down. I called Bill back and told him that I'd be in within an hour, and I was there. And he was not real happy with that. And I asked him, was there anything I could do? And he says no. He had made one remark somewhere during this, said as far as he was concerned, I could go home. And I made a remark that, well, it's still light out. Do you want me to go to the crime scene, whatever it is, wherever it is? I didn't even know where the crime scene was, north of the Two Rivers someplace. He says no. He says he had Bruno and the dog. That would have been Bruno Frauenfeld and his dog up there. I says, okay. Somewhere along the time, I told him also that I'd stick around in case I would be needed for something. So,
did that conversation that you just described take place very shortly after you arrived at the hospital?
All right, yeah.
I would imagine that you were sort of surprised at the idea of being called at home and told you had to come in, and then being told that there was nothing to do.
Well, I also reminded the sheriff that was my day off. And he says, well, I had to come in. So he says he wasn't happy about that. And there were other people that probably should have been around. But we had kind of a weird system there. We didn't have a standby, but yet it was sort of a standby.
Actually, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Ask you. At the time that this occurred, which is late July of 1985, was there any kind of organizational system within the sheriff's department that called for a detective to be like a duty officer or someone that might have had a title like that, a contact person, an emergency person?
Well, I would think Lieutenant Bells would have been that one. Supposedly he had a radio and couldn't get a hold of him either, so.
Okay. And I suppose such a system could get organized by rank or by seniority or by special skills. Were you on any such list that you know of?
No.
So, I mean, and again, I take it that being called in to something like this, especially on a day off, was pretty unusual.
Yeah.
Could you recall that ever happening before? That says Ms. Doyle.
Now it says Ms.
Yeah, I thought it was Amy Doyle that was there.
Okay, you use that pretty feminine voice of yours.
Ms. Doyle.
That he was called in.
Mr. Glenn. Yes.
No, right offhand, no.
And I take it that if it had happened before, when you got to where you were directed to report, there was something for you to do?
Oh, yeah. You take the case on, and here the sheriff was already there, so he was number one.
Let me ask you whether you had any conversations that you can recall with Mr. Beck, again, before the arrival of the jailer.
Before?
Yes, sir.
Just a telephone call. I called him. I said, I understand we got something going on. Where are you? He was at Memorial Hospital. I says, Bill, it's going to be a while for me to get there. I got to explain it to him, too. And he says, well, he's not really up to it either at that time because he wasn't sure he was assigned over there. But that's about all we talked about, yeah.
Okay. And that was before you got to the hospital then, I take it?
Before I got to the hospital, yeah.
When you got to the hospital, did you have any conversations with Mr. Beck?
Yeah. Somewhere along the line, I don't know. I can't recall who told me Mr. Avery's name had come up. So I don't know who told me that, where it came from, but he was a suspect, and that's all I knew about it.
Okay. The only four people that you saw there and sort of realized who they were, though, again, are the sheriff, Mr. Beck, the jailer, and Mr. Cachet.
Right.
And so does the fact that you heard that this business around the Avery being identified mean that that statement would have come from one of them?
Somewhere it came, popped up, or whatever. So I have no idea.
Okay. I take it from what you're telling us that you wouldn't be able to tell us with certainty when it was that you heard that statement. Is that right? I mean, for example, do you think you heard it before the jailer got there or after the jailer got there?
It was before he got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when the person that you described as a jailer came in, was that someone that you recognized as a jailer?
I thought it was Dave Dvorak, but I'm not sure on that.
You thought it was Dave Dvorak?
Maybe Dave, yeah. It was like a taller guy. Dave is tall.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it was Dave. I didn't talk to him that much.
I thought I had this on this pad. Let me grab another pad. Off the record for looks like almost no time. Okay, back on the record. Mr. Glenn, let me try a few names of jailers. Okay, there is a jailer named Phil Kinzel.
Yeah, I know him.
That wasn't he.
Pardon?
Was he the one at the hospital?
No.
Okay. Did you know a jailer named Ohm or Ohm?
Jim Ohm, yeah.
Was he the one at the hospital?
No.
There was a person named Beretta, I think.
Yeah, Vic Beretta.
Was he the one?
He was, no.
There were times when Robert Herman may have been a jailer as opposed to the jail administrator.
That I don't recall at all. I know Robert Herman.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't him.
It wasn't he, fine. Larry Wellnick. How the hell do you pronounce that? Wellnick?
Wellnick.
Yeah. And Larry Wellnick. Do you know Larry?
I know Larry, yeah.
And it wasn't Larry.
I know where you're going with this, but I can't.
Reporter, I didn't get what you just said.
I says no, it wasn't. And I says, I know where you're going with this. But I'm not sure in my own mind that was David. But at that, a little bit of moving around there.
Sure.
I know he came in and he talked to the sheriff and he left.
I understand. And all I was trying to do was see if we could sort of exclude some people.
Okay.
And you've been helpful in doing that.
Oh, yeah. Fine. Yeah.
So having gone through these names of folks, by the way, are there other jailers whose names come to mind as people that it was not?
Boy, you're asking.
Oh, I know. And if you don't know, that's fine.
I'd have to get that more thought tight.
Okay.
Who is all up there yet? And
Reporter, I'm sorry. It was all up there, did you say? Mr. Glenn, yeah.
Who was all up there?
Mr. Glenn, who was all up there? Yeah. Reporter, who was all up there? Back to Mr. Glenn. And if we're going through this process, you happen to remember the names of any other jailers and say, yeah, there was another jailer named so-and-so, but I knew it wasn't him. Just tell me, okay?
Okay.
But at the moment, having gone through this list of names with you, are you still of the view that it was probably Mr. Dvorak, but you're not 100% certain?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, I take it that means that Mr. Dvorak was a jailer back around that time.
Yes.
And his physical description would be consistent with the description of the person that you recall.
Well, the height thing.
Yeah.
Dave's pretty tall, so yeah.
Okay. Now, can you give me the sense of how much time passed between your arrival at the hospital and the arrival of the jailer?
Oh, I would say it would have been within an hour.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with the jailer?
No.
Could you see what he was doing when he got there?
Yes.
What was that?
He gave the sheriff a stack of pictures that we would have for like mugshots and stuff up at the jail. He gave him a stack of those.
And sir, if I could, the cameras recorded this, but it looked like you had your index finger and your thumb.
Yeah, I would say about 2.5 inch stack of, maybe a 2 inch stack of Polaroid pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, of prisoners.
And based on your knowledge and experience in dealing with those kinds of photographs, I mean, I take it you saw them at the jail?
Yeah, yeah.
And you'd use them yourself in your detective capacity?
Yeah, we'd use them as photo lineups.
Sure. That you have a general familiarity with the type of paper that the pictures were printed on.
Yeah,
I mean, you know that they're Polaroids, that kind of thing.
yeah, yes.
Can you give me an estimate of your best guess as to how many pictures would have been there?
Boy, probably say maybe 30,
Okay.
give or take.
Sure. I mean, that's just your best guess.
Yeah, because they're a little bit thicker, those Polaroids, and I'm trying to picture a 2-inch stack of Polaroid pictures, which,
Sure.
so I would say at the maximum that many.
Okay. And you saw that pack of pictures he handed be handed by the jailer to Sheriff Kocourek?
Right.
And did you see what Sheriff Kocourek did with them?
Yeah, he took them and he stuck them in his sport coat. He stuck them in his pocket.
Okay. And was there any conversations between Mr. Kocourek and the jailer that you overheard?
No.
Did the jailer, after giving the photographs to the sheriff, stick around, or did he leave?
He left.
Right away?
Yeah, he turned around and he left. Yeah.
Okay. And what did the sheriff do after receiving the photographs and putting them in his pocket?
He just sat there waiting. He was waiting for the emergency room to be clear, so I would assume so he could talk to the victim.
Okay. So you had not seen him in the emergency room, that is Sheriff Kocourek?
No, I saw him go in, but...
Well, let's see. When you say you saw him go in, was that after he got the pictures or before he got the pictures, or both?
Well, I wasn't there early enough. If he was in there earlier. He could have been. I have no idea. But this was after he got the pictures, and he started going in there to probably, I would assume, talk to the victim.
And when the jailer came with those photographs, was Mr. Beck available around that time?
I think Bill might have been gone by then. Not sure. I didn't, I had no more contact with Bill.
Okay. Reporter, I'm sorry, I had...
No more contact with Bill.
Reporter, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Glenn, at the time that these photos were delivered, it sounds to me as though you recall yourself and the jailer and the sheriff, really nobody else, that you remember. Is that right?
Well, Kocourek came in after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long? And I know it's hard to remember exactly, but was he very close to the heels of the jailer, or?
Yeah, I would say so. The best as I recall, he came in shortly right after.
Okay.
Right after.
And for example, was the sheriff still there when with the pictures in his pocket?
Yes.
About the time
Yes.
Mr. Cachet got there. Miss Doyle, wait until he's done with the question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Miss Doyle, yeah, that's okay.
Sorry.
Back to Mr. Glenn. No, it's not a problem with me. Yes, what were you saying?
What was the question again?
I'll try it. At the time that Mr. Cachet arrived, was the sheriff still in your presence with the photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if the jailer had left by the time Mr. Cachet got there?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time that the jailer leaves, is there any conversation between the jailer and anyone else there that you overheard?
That I overheard?
Yes, sir.
Not really. No.
Okay. So now it's yourself and the sheriff and Mr. Cachet. Is that the three people that are there that you recognize?
Yeah. Yes.
And was there any conversation that you were party to with those other folks?
Yes. I had asked the sheriff, first of all, I says, did I go back to the headquarters and we had a setup for manila folders for lineups. You could set them in an envelope or in pockets. And he says, quote, no, I'll take care of that, unquote. Okay. So then Kocourek came in and he was there. I asked what he was doing there, and he says, quote, I have to make a composite, unquote.
Tracing. Okay. Okay.
And when the sheriff started going to the room, Couchet said, quote, "Hey, wait a minute. Let me get my composite first," unquote.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you were just saying? When the sheriff?
When the doors opened up, the sheriff started going into the emergency room, and Couchet said, quote, "Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff. Let me get my composite first," unquote. The drawing of the possible suspect. And then Couchet went in. I have no idea if the sheriff went in with him. That I don't know, but I know Couchet went in first.
What did you understand Mr. Couchet to be meaning by that statement to the sheriff?
Well, if you can get a description of a suspect, you want someone to make a composite first, a drawing first. Like, say you were a suspect, a drawing first. Not that we come in later with a picture of you or a picture of somebody else that might look like you, and then that might be placed in the mind of someone saying, well, that picture here looks like the one I just had the guy draw.
I'm sure.
You want to get the composite first.
Okay. Had there been a composite drawing prepared by that stage by Mr. Couchet, to your knowledge?
I believe there was. I never saw it.
Okay. Do you know where Mr. Couchet would have gotten the information on which to base his composite sketch at that time?
I can only assume, and I don't think that's right.
Sure. You're allowed to do that.
I would assume he would have got it from the victim, Penny,
Okay. So, I mean, you thought at least it was possible that Couchet had some earlier contact with Penny Brinston?
No. What I'm saying by that is he went in and probably talked to her to get the composite where she could describe who the person would have been. Then he would have been done and he would have drew that up, okayed it with her. I would assume that was a process he did. And then he would have left and then you could bring in the lineup.
Okay. And I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm just dense and not getting this right. And so just bear with me for a second, okay?
No problem. No problem.
I understood that when Couchet arrived, as the sheriff started going into the emergency room, Couchet said, quote, "No, let me go in. Let me get my composite," unquote.
Right.
Do you mean that he was going in to make the composite?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I got it. You didn't understand that Couchet already had a composite and wanted to bring it into the room.
No.
Okay.
No.
I understand now. Thank you.
That's how you get a composite.
Sure.
You get it from the victim or the witness or whatever before you show them any pictures because they could describe a picture.
Sure. Okay. I take it that you didn't see any interaction between the jailer who brought over the photographs and Mr. Couchet because you didn't see them together at the same time.
No, I was too far back, but I can give you an assumption on this again.
Okay, you're allowed to do that.
I'm sure the sheriff ordered these pictures, and the jailer may have gave them to him and said, "This is the best we could have done with what we had to work with and everything else." Because, it's pretty strict what you have to do with these pictures, too. You don't want to have a colored guy with 5 whites. You don't want to have a big fat guy with 4 skinny guys, and stuff like that. So I think there might have been that type of conversation saying I did the best we did, or here they are, or whatever, something like that. But other than that, that's all I can tell you. Yeah.
Okay. And I want to go back into what you were just saying. First of all, as of 1985, you had, 25 years experience in law enforcement, right?
About that.
I mean, different types of law enforcement.
Yeah, right.
And you had yourself participated in the preparation of what are called photo lineups, correct?
Yes.
And you had situations in which you gathered photographs?
Yes.
Then you were a jailer?
As a jailer and working with jailers, and make sure that the photographs, were a good batch.
Okay.
Shall we say. Okay.
Okay. So tell us generally how that process works. I mean, how does the jailer get information to use in determining what photographs to select to avoid, kind of problems that you were just describing?
Well, I think at that point you'd have to know who the suspect was.
Okay.
Although it could be run through possibly without that. But the best time is when you have a suspect or suspects, and then you put them in a lineup with other people that have the same type of facial structure, hair, facial hair,
Sure.
stuff, the whole works, size, weight, height. And then what we would do with the photograph or the photo album, we'd open it up and we'd have 6 slots. You could slide the pictures in there where there's absolutely no name or nothing showing, or it would be just a jail number. And they'd be all dressed alike in there, probably orange. And the thing of it is, then you take it, you open it up, and it's the people. You might have 3 or 4 of them too.
Mm-hmm.
And because you want to make sure that if you say that's the one, well, that's okay, but to make sure they see them all.
So it sounds to me, though, as you described, observed in this jailer bringing a stack of photographs, it would have been consistent with what you had heard before the jailer showed up, which was that Stephen Avery was a suspect. Mr. Bascom, object to form. Back to Mr. Glenn. Is that correct? Ms. Doyle. I think it misstates his testimony as to when he heard that statement. Mr. Glenn, yeah?
Yeah.
Mr. Glenn, and that's why I asked if that's correct.
Is
Mr.
that
Glenn.
correct? Oh.
Mr. Glenn, is that correct? If it's not, correct me.
Okay. One more time on that one.
Oh, okay, I believe you had said earlier
Yeah.
that the comment about Mr. Avery being a suspect was made before the jailer arrived. Is that so?
Yeah. I don't know who made,
Sure.
but that was the thing, was that its suspect was Stephen Avery.
And then you see a person arrive from the jail with a group of photographs.
Right.
In that process, that is Stephen Avery being identified as the suspect, and the jailer showing up with a set of photographs was consistent with your experience as to how it is that a jailer might gather photographs to be used in a photo lineup.
Right.
Okay. And so I can make sure I understand it. If a jailer is given the name of a suspect and the jailer already has a photograph of that suspect, then the jailer can pull that photograph and then, with that in hand, look through other photographs to find people that resemble that suspect.
Absolutely. Right.
And is that what it's supposed to be done as?
Basically, that's what you do. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then the use of those photographs passes out to the jailer's hands and into the detective's hands or the sheriff's hands or whoever was. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me back up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Does the jailer put it into this deputy display thing or the detective?
no, we do that.
Yeah. Okay.
We would do that. Yeah. The jailer could because, they know what we're doing on that too. But generally, we would wind up doing that. Yeah. Because they got their duties too,
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
So you had not gotten any of these display folders for the photographs to be used at the hospital, correct?
No.
You had offered to, but that was rejected.
Yeah, that was rejected.
And you didn't see the jailer bring in any such folders.
No.
And given the fact that you described the photographs as going to the sheriff's pocket, presumably they were not in one of those display folders at the time.
No.
The photos, well, it also sounds like there were a lot more photos than would ordinarily go into one of those folders, right?
Oh, I would say so, yeah. Like I says, how many are in a 2-inch stack?
Sure,
Yeah.
just using 30 as an approximation.
Yeah.
That would fill up five or so of those folders, it sounds like.
Yep. Right.
Did that seem normal identification procedure to you? Mr. Mayor, object to the form of the question. Back to Mr. Glenn. You're allowed to answer. Ms. Doyle, you can answer.
Can I answer?
Mr. Glenn. Yeah, Ms. Doyle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that you understand that that's a quick shot we can go with. And then later on would be a lineup with real people. And I would say, yes, that would be an important function in a case, probably such as this or any other case where we may have a suspect.
And from your experience, you recognize that the importance of a photo lineup preceding a human lineup is that the photo lineup can affect the person who is making the identification out of that lineup, right? Mr. Mayor, object to the form and foundation. Ms. Doyle, I join. Mr. Mayor, I don't know how you can speculate as to what's going on to affect the person. Mr. Glenn, you've made your objection. Ms. Doyle, you can answer.
I can answer that?
Ms. Doyle, mm-hmm.
Run that one by me one more time.
Now, Mr. Glenn, sure.
I got to check on your words here.
Okay.
Okay.
I may expand it a little. Based on your training, your experience, and your own observations, you know that one of the things that makes photo lineups important when they are conducted before a human lineup is conducted is that the photo lineup can affect the way a witness views the human being lineup. Mr. Mayor, same objection. Ms. Doyle, same. Mr. Covelli, objection foundation. Ms. Doyle, same objections. Mr. Glenn, you're allowed to answer.
I can answer?
Ms. Doyle, you can answer it.
Okay. Yeah, it possibly could. But you got to understand that when we're seeking someone, the time is very important so we can get an idea if there might have been 3 people or something. We probably would have picked all 3 of them up. But if it's a definite, this is the guy, well, we're going to hunt the guy down and then we'll have a lineup later on. But photography should be, I think the photography was all right. I didn't see any of these pictures, but I know what they are. And when I see them in a jail, and everything else, and there's no difference between them. But yeah, you do that to expedite getting the suspect. And later on, yeah, with all that can instill in someone's mind, I would say, I'm not a psychiatrist, but this is definitely the person, and you would have a lineup then.
Mr. Glenn, sure. I mean, it's ordinary human experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
That if you're showing a photo lineup with 4 African Americans and 1 white guy, and the white guy is a suspect.
Yeah.
And then you're showing a lineup.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just taking.
Yeah.
I'm taking one that's obviously at the far edge of the extremes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think what you're saying is that if somebody.
Ms. Doyle, well, just let him ask the question.
Okay.
Ms. Doyle, and then you can answer.
Okay.
Back to Mr. Glenn. We'll try it. There are occasions in which a photo lineup can affect a physical lineup. Mr. Covelli, objection. No. Mr. Glenn. Agreed. Mr. Covelli, objection. No foundation. Mr. Mayor, join. Ms. Doyle, join. Mr. Mayor, incomplete hypothetical also. By Mr. Glenn, you can answer. Ms. Doyle, you can answer.
You're just objecting again. Okay.
Recorder, I'm sorry. Mr. Glenn, yeah, they're just objecting again. Mr. Mayor, incomplete hypothetical also. Form.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I'd say it's possible, yes.
Mr. Glenn, okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Sunshine?
I love that exchange because Kalanchik is the only one that maintains a sense of humor throughout this.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not on guard as much as the others were. So he's actually noting to himself how absurd these objections are,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you're just objecting again. Like,
Again.
Yeah.
again. So I just find it funny. I think that if one wanted to get the truth, I think this guy probably would have been a really great one to interview to see
Yeah.
what all he knew. And he testified that he worked with juveniles, right? Like his whole time in the sheriff's department, like Kocourek. So I'm sure he has some information on what Kocourek was up to when he was working juvenile investigations. And you have to have a sense of humor, and you have to be able to joke around to work with kids, especially teenagers, because they get pissed off about everything because of the hormones, So he's able to, he's not taking everything on the chin. He's just, he's just going with the flow. And I really wish he wouldn't have been in the middle of moving that day, because this case we wouldn't even be here right now, because I don't think he would have framed Stephen Avery. So
it doesn't sound like it the way he's talking. He seems to be trying to answer the questions, and these lawyers, like I said, this is not a courtroom, but they're trying to get their objections in. So if it does go before a judge, hey, I objected to that. I didn't like it.
Yeah, they objected to just about every question Kelly and Glenn asked, don't they?
It breaks the flow too. That's another reason for an objection. It screws your timing up.
Yeah, and it also interrupts the flow of the story, right?
That's right.
So someone is in the middle of understanding and setting the scene, and they're visualizing what's going on in their head, and then you come to a key part, and when the attorney asks the question and that answer has the opportunity to have a resonating impact with the listener, with the attorneys objecting like they are, it diminishes the power of it. So you're right.
It hurts the flow. Yeah, it hurts the flow. They do that, and I think they did. I mean, I think at least part of these are just for that reason specifically. So
to hopefully throw him off his game. But Glenn and Kelly were very, very well prepared.
Well, they're experienced lawyers. They're very experienced lawyers. Really good.
If you compare them and how much homework they did for this case compared to Buting and Strang, and I'm not knocking them, I'm just making an observation. You can tell that Glenn and Kelly have a very good grasp of the facts, and I think Buting and Strang were playing catch up the entire.
Exactly.
Well, sure they were. They were 100 days into the case when they got there. So,
and just like the Darlie Routier case, you see, even if they are, even if they have great reputations as criminal attorneys, you cannot jump into a first-degree murder case at that part and then go to trial at the quickest date.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, there's no way.
You're gonna miss all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Well, and not only that, don't forget, we can never forget how much was withheld from Buting and Strang that they never saw.
That's what I too. Especially in wrongful convictions where the prosecution has a really good thinking. Like when a prosecutor knows there's a really good chance he's wrongfully convicting someone, he's not going to play by the rules, right? So you're playing catch up, and then you're also playing with your hand behind your back and one eye covered.
Well, Buting and Strang needed 4 or 5 paralegals to help them decipher and go through detailed the paperwork involved. That I know there's no way they could have had a chance to read all of it and do everything that they did. No way.
No, you know what they needed? They needed a URAs. They needed databases.
Yeah.
They needed to be able to analyze the evidence tag numbers. They needed to be able to cross-reference statements on the fly. They needed to be able to see how this statement contradicts this statement and this statement contradicts that statement. Because, I'm so thankful for those of you who have software gifts and are able to take this stuff and put it into a a searchable system. I couldn't imagine having boxes upon boxes upon boxes of evidence and transcripts and testimony and statements.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And trying to absorb it all, you know?
Yours is a spreadsheet master. I'm in awe of him.
He is. Yes, he is.
Yours, are you blushing?
Sort of.
Yes, you are. You're, but I'll send you a beer to cool you off a little bit.
Yeah, there you go. All I know is, for me, the fact that yours has taken and broken these things down and put them into searchable databases and spreadsheets, and then so graciously shared them with the community, it has totally changed my grasp of the facts.
That's why I've said for probably, it's over 5 years now. This can't be a competition. It has to be a collaborative effort.
Yeah, it's the only way the only way. Go ahead, yours. I'm sorry.
No, that's exactly what JJ said. If you share it, and you know, I have this skill, somebody has other skills. I can see this going forward by putting it all together somehow. Just a point in the game, and everybody is so.
Yeah, I mean, we all bring our piece to the table, right? So,
that's right.
And together, that's the motto of Foul Play. Together, everyone achieves more. So
TEAM.
That's it. And it's such a great way to describe our community, because that's what we're after. We're not after this for ourselves. We're after this to try and help these guys, help other wrongful conviction cases, help educate, and to share all the documents so that everyone has the ability to see this for what it really is, right?
Well, I mean, there's such a, it's hard to get, like I said earlier, it's hard to, unless you really get into a lot of this, and this is only a snapshot, you know, people have to remember, we don't have everything, but we have snapshots of periods of time of things that really weren't public at all. And I don't care if you're looking at Making Murder or the upcoming Convicting, I don't care. You're not going to see all of this. It's just not going to make it because it's not sexy. It's not salacious. You know, I mean, it kind of is for us, but the backstory of all the movements that happened in the 85 case, there is a dotted and direct line to the 2005 case. I see it's clear. It's clear as a bell to me. I know a lot of people are like, no, they're two separate things. The hell they are. They're connected.
I mean, everyone here, everyone on the agrees that if it wasn't for the 85 case, Stephen Avery would not be in prison today, right?
And Teresa would be alive.
Teresa would be alive. That's right. I mean, we all agree on that.
The Teresa being alive, I don't know. I think it's very possible. I don't know that something wayward was done.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who knows how one thing affects another thing affects another thing. And, that gets into some pretty far out there stuff. She might be. It's very possible. I mean, I mean, we know that Kocourek was a dirty son of a bitch. Did he have some kind of effect because they knew that the depositions were going so badly? I mean, we could tell this from this right here. What we've read today, what we read the other day, the other ones that we went through. And some of the ones that we haven't even brought out in public yet, of this backstory of shit that was going on that people just don't know. So,
yeah, I agree. I think we have to put the depositions out there, even if we break them up, and like just do a couple of podcasts a month on each of our things. I think they have to be out there so that, one, we will have a better grasp of the facts, but people will understand just how desperate Manitowoc County was.
Oh, yes. Something was going to happen.
Yeah, they were at their wits' end. So in 9 days from Halloween, 10 days, in 10 days, Kocourek was due to testify. Now, he's sitting in this deposition we're reading right now. And can you imagine what he's thinking? He's like, fuck, that hurts me. Everything, everything that guy says, say his name again. I was doing so good. Everything.
Kalancic.
Everything Kalancic says is putting another nail in Kocourek's coffin.
Well, yeah,
right?
He's sitting there in the emergency room with a pocket full of Polaroids. He's going to march in there and show these Polaroids to Penny. And Gene Jay saying, wait a minute, boss. I got to do the composite first. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, and if you think about it, we read Dvorak's last week, right, on the debut podcast. And Dvorak was trying to insinuate that Kocourek was never in the hospital room. She was also trying to say that Couchet may not have been in the emergency room either.
Yeah.
So they did the drawing as in the emergency room before she was even transferred upstairs. So
the tracing. I call it a tracing. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes.
Well, it looks just like that. It looks just like that damn mugshot. I'm sorry. It's exactly like it.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It is the mug. But yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. But
that's okay. We can let's see. We're 2.5 hours. I mean, I'm good to go. I mean, it don't matter to me. We'll go as long as you guys want to go.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Are you good, Susan?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, well, let's keep going then.
All right, we're at line 19. All right, here we go. And that's why there are certain procedures that you attempt to follow when you are setting up a photographic identification lineup, correct?
Yeah.
And one of those procedures is the manner in which the photographs are selected, correct?
Yeah, and there would have been a record of who the other suspects were.
Sure.
And number. They were numbered, but not names. Yeah, number 5 was picked, and that would have been maybe not a suspect. So.
And that's all a part of the process that has to be involved.
Yeah.
In putting together a photo lineup, right?
Yeah.
And similarly, the manner in which the photographs are displayed to a witness can have an effect on the witness' ability to make identification. Agree? Mr. Bascom, object to the form.
Well, the procedure is that they're laid out side by side or whatever you have or one at a time. That shouldn't occur.
Mr. Glenn, right. But that's my point exactly, is that there are procedures that are set up to avoid having the manner in which the photos are displayed to the witness affecting the witness identification, right?
I would say, yeah, that would be your procedure there. Here, you set them out and you stay away,
Sure. Reporter, change audio tape. All right. Back to Mr. Glenn. And again, to take some obvious examples and examples that certainly wouldn't be followed in any photo lineup you were doing, but just to show that what we're talking about, it would not be an appropriate photo lineup to include 2 or 3 pictures of one suspect and then 1 picture of each of the remaining suspects. That would be subjective, correct?
Oh, yeah. That would be verbatim, I would say. Verboten, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
And similarly, if you were showing photographs one at a time, it would not be appropriate to show a photograph of the suspect and then a photograph of somebody else and then another photograph of the suspect and then a photograph of someone else.
No, that would not be right. No, that would be absolutely wrong procedure.
So there are procedures that are to be followed.
Yeah.
In the hopes of lessening the likelihood of biasing
right.
other lineups and identifications, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I take it that you were not present when any of the photo lineups were shown to Mr. Bernstein.
No, I wasn't.
And you were present when the physical lineup of the suspects or the suspect and others were made available to Ms. Bernstein?
No.
So you never saw the photographs again after they went into the pocket of Sheriff Kocourek? Would that be a fair statement?
I didn't.
Mr. Cavalli, excuse me. I think that's vague. Mr. Mayor, yeah. Mr. Cavalli, This makes it almost sound like you actually saw the images on the photos. Mr. Bascom, right. Mr. Cavalli, so I'll object as vague and indefinite. Back to Mr. Glenn. You never saw the photographs again after they went into the pocket.
I never saw the photographs at all, really, so.
Right. And you never saw them come out of the sheriff's pocket.
No. As he's going in, I think he was reaching. And that's when Mr. Couchet said, quote, "Hey, let me get my drawing first," unquote.
Okay. And then Couchet and Kocourek go into the emergency room. Ms. Doyle, I'm just going to object. This misstates his prior testimony. Mr. Glenn, well, that's for the witness to decide. Mr. Bascom, or the record. Ms. Doyle, he already answered that question. Mr. Kelly, no, it's for the witness. Mr. Bascom, or the record. Mr. Kelly, the witness. Mr. Kelly, no, it's not. Mr. Kelly, stop interrupting the testimony. Thank God. Back to Mr. Glenn. Sir, if you have any problem, Mr. Bascom, we can make our objections. Mr. Kelly, no, you can't. Not the way you're doing it. Mr. Bascom, yes, we can. Mr. Kelly, we'll take it to the judge. Mr. Bascom, we'll take it to the judge. Yeah.
Can't.
Jesus Christ. Room full of lawyers. Don't get me wrong, I love Glenn and Kelly. Anyway, Back to Mr. Glenn. Line 8. If you have any problems understanding the question, feel free to ask me. Or if what I'm saying isn't accurate, feel free to correct me. I mean, you've been doing that right along here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I guess. I have no idea what.
Ms. Doyle, you can answer it.
Ask it again, okay?
Back to Mr. Glenn. You saw Kocourek and Couchet.
Yeah, okay.
Going into the emergency room together. Is that correct?
And I wasn't quite sure. I guess I'm more or less assuming here that Couchet would have went in first. I did not actually see Kocourek go in there.
Okay.
But.
So you never saw Kocourek go in the room at all that night?
No.
Okay. Then I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Thank you. So at this time, when they were heading toward the room, that's when Couchet made the statement about wanting to get his composite first.
The sheriff was getting, what he was sitting on, a desk or something, and he reached in his pocket to get these pictures. He was going to go in there. And then Couchet was standing a little distance from him, and he says, "Hey, wait, let me get my composite first."
Okay.
And then they paused there, I guess. Then I didn't really watch that closely. I assumed Couchet would have went in first. If Kocourek followed, I have no idea.
Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that you're not really sure whether both went into the room, Couchet only went into the room, with Kocourek going in later, or whether Kocourek went into the room at all.
In all honesty, I don't know if they went in together. I would just assume that Gene would have went in first to make his drawing, but the sheriff could have went in with him also, just to stand by or something. I don't know.
And Gene is Couchet, correct?
Couchet, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, now that we walked our way through that. Yeah,
okay.
Is it correct to say that after the photos that were given by the jailer to the sheriff went into the sheriff's pocket, you don't know, well, I'm sorry, and then Mr. Couchet made the statement about wanting to get his composite first, you don't know who, if anyone, went into the emergency room?
I think that's the best. I know they went in, but I don't know in what order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could have been together, could have been separate.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do after Mr. Couchet made his statement about wanting to do his composite? Did you continue to stick around?
I just stuck around, yeah.
Have any sense of how long you were there?
Well, I stayed there quite a while yet after. I think they were finished. Yeah, they were finished talking to Penny, I assume. At that time, the doctors and nurses were all fleeing, whatever. And then I did have a conversation with the sheriff when he came out of there.
Okay. So, well, there was a time then when you saw the sheriff coming out of the emergency room.
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Cachet also coming out of the emergency room? Do you remember?
No.
Okay. Can you give me an estimate as to how much time passed between when you saw the sheriff come out of the room and when you heard the statement from Mr. Cachet about wanting to get his composite first? Mr. Bascom, I'm going to object to the form.
Well, you said before they went in, and you're asking now what the time was when Couchet came back out. I don't remember him coming out. The sheriff came out, and we had a conversation for a while. And I don't know how long they were in there. It had to take some time for him to draw his composite. I would say probably 15, 20 minutes at least. And then I can't even tell you when the sheriff came out of there.
Oh, Mr. Glenn. Sure, okay. But, I mean, so it's a range that would begin with at least 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, at least, yeah.
And could be much later?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Mr. Bascom, I'm going to object to the form. Mr. Mayor, yeah. Back to Mr. Glenn. Is that correct? Mr. Mayor, time. Mr. Bascom, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing here. Mr. Mayor, range of what? Mr. Bascom, a range of what? From when to when, Steve?
Well,
Mr. Glenn, do you understand the question, sir?
yeah, I understand you're asking me what the time span from when Cachet said, let me go in, I got to get my composite, to the time that they came out or Cachet came out.
Well, to the time Kocourek came out.
Oh.
Because he's the one that you saw come out.
Yeah. They were in there a little while. I know that. Maybe 20, that much.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, and that's what.
I know Cachet. It would have taken him time to draw that. You just don't scribble stick people, you know.
Sure. And when Kocourek came out, you know that at least 15 to 20 minutes after Cachet had made his statement about wanting to do the composite first.
Roughly.
Okay. And how much longer than that is something that you don't know? Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. So you then have a conversation with the sheriff.
Yes.
After he comes out of the emergency room. And, you know, it occurs to me, I don't think I've asked you yet to describe this area. You know, you had mentioned that the sheriff may have been sitting on a desk, and this is something that's outside the emergency room. Could you just generally give me a sense of what we're talking about?
Yes, this is kind of tough. The best I can remember it, that's no longer a hospital down there, Holy Family. And they got a health center in there or something. But it looked like there was like a waiting room. And then there was a couple of doors. And that was one of their emergency rooms as best I can remember. It may not have been that big of a waiting room, but in what he was sitting on something with his back toward me when he got the pictures. So it could have been a desk.
Sure.
It was not a chair. That's about it. I can't give you dimensions.
Okay, that's fair enough. At the time that you were, you know, making the observations and having the conversations that you've been describing so far in your deposition, you were always in that same area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's the area immediately outside the emergency room entrance.
Yeah. And emergency door was like a straight shot. It wasn't off to the side anywhere. So I was in that room at all times.
Okay. Reporter, I'm sorry, in that room, Mr. Glenn?
At all times. Oh, sorry.
At all times. I thought is what?
At all times, yeah.
Reporter, thank you.
At all times, yeah.
Mr. Glenn, we'll continue. At the point where the sheriff comes out and you have some conversation, can you remember who was saying what?
Sheriff came up to me and he says, quote, I want you in at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I says, okay. And he says, Judy? Apparently, Judy Dvorak was gathering the sheets and stuff and whatever for evidence. He says, quote, I want you to take her to the crime lab, and she doesn't know where it is, unquote. So I says, quote, I'll be there at 7, no problem, unquote. And that was basically about the end of it. Where everybody went after that, I don't know. I didn't see Judy or anything, but she must have been gathering whatever.
Okay.
Sheets and pillowcases and all that.
Let me come back and talk about that a little bit. Okay. First of all, when you were talking about Judy Dvorak gathering sheets and things, have you ever seen Judy Dvorak that night?
No.
Okay. And had you ever talked to her through a door or by the telephone or anything that night?
No.
So were you aware that she was there in any way?
Yeah. I don't know if the sheriff told me or she, I don't know who told me that, but I knew she was in there. And
okay. Might Mr. Beck have told you, for example, early on?
possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Because it's female with the female thing.
Sure.
And then also assuming that she collected all the evidence, which that would have been her job in there.
Okay. And let me come back to that a little bit. And when you say female to female, obviously Penny Bernstein is a woman.
Yes.
Strange question. She was the victim of a rape.
Yes.
And I take it that you're telling us that it was standard Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department procedure to attempt to provide a woman law enforcement person or counselor to a victim.
Yeah, I think most departments do this to put ease on the people. The woman's got enough problems the way it is. And so that's why, unless I don't know what other reason, I'm sure she was called in on it. But I don't know. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. But all I'm trying to get at the moment, sir, is knowing that there was a rape and knowing that the victim of that rape was in the hospital. And knowing that the general procedure of your department, you would have generally expected there to be a woman there. True?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And so if somebody, whether it's Beck, whether it's the sheriff, whether it's Couchet that mentions the name Judy Dvorak, that wouldn't be a big surprise to you.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, one of Judy Dvorak's functions, by the way, do you know, was she a full-time deputy or a part-time deputy? Do you know?
Boy, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, whatever. One of her functions was evidence collections, correct? Mr. Cavalli, objection, no foundation. Ms. Doyle, you can answer if you know.
Well, there again, I was going to also add on. She might have been a matron, but I don't know if she was a matron that night.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Okay.
But I'm sure specific orders could have been given to her regarding the collection of evidence, etc., etc. And I'm sure she would have been given quick instructions as to what to do. Plus, there was hospital staff in there to probably assist her on that. I don't know. That's just my...
Sure.
Yeah.
And one of the things that happens in certain kinds of crime investigations, including sexual assaults, is that if a victim is placed on a piece of furniture that has to be a sheet over it, there is, in effect, made to collect the sheet.
Collect the sheet, yeah.
In order to collect hair.
That's the way it should be done, yeah.
Do you know, by the way, but for the hairs that were collected on that sheet, Stephen Avery would still be in a prison cell? Mr. Baskin, object to the form. Mr. Mayor, yeah. Ms. Doyle, I join. Mr. Mayor, and to relevancy.
I have no idea I know it was a DNA type thing.
Do you know what DNA do you know it was DNA on hair?
The question you asked was, did I know this?
Right.
Does she...
Do you know it today?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that it was a hair that was collected?
Well, the samples, semen samples, the whole...
Reporter, I'm sorry, did you say blood?
And semen samples.
Reporter, thank you.
And, of course, the combings. And that's another reason you probably would want a female deputy in there to do that.
Mr. Glenn, sure.
Otherwise, the nurses would do that or the doctor.
And when you're describing Judy Dvorak as gathering sheets, you're talking about bedding sheets.
Yeah,
as opposed to sheets of paper.
I assume she was doing that.
Mr. Gabelli, objection. Ms. Doyle, just wait until he's done with the question before you start. Mr. Gabelli, just a minute. Objection. No foundation.
Again, sir.
Mr. Glenn, let's try it again. When you say Judy Dvorak was collecting sheets, you mean she was collecting bedding sheets, not sheets of paper, correct? Mr. Cavalli, objection.
Say. No, yeah, bedding sheets.
Mr. Cavalli, objection. No foundation. Ms. Doyle, just wait. I will join. Back to Mr. Glenn. You're allowed to answer.
Okay. I would say she was collecting anything that Penny was laying on, sitting on, even maybe her pillowcases, anything that was any type of sheets on the equipment that may produce evidence.
Sure. And that was her job, correct? Mr. Cavalli, objection, no foundation. Ms. Doyle, join. Mr. Mayor, yeah, if he knows. Ms. Doyle, you can answer. By Mr. Glenn, you're allowed to answer.
Again, that would have been, my assumption would have been her job. That's why she was in there.
And that's what she was doing that night.
To collect evidence and to preserve the evidence and to work with the doctors and nurses. Not, to get this evidence. That should have been her job.
And that is, in fact, what she was doing that night.
I would say so.
Mr. Cavalli, objection. Ms. Doyle, objection. Mr. Cavalli, no foundation. Ms. Doyle, I join. Mr. Cavalli, you have to let us object, sir. Ms. Doyle, yeah, just Mr. Glenn, and you have to let me finish my question, counsel. Mr. Cavalli, well, I thought you were done. Mr. Glenn, I hadn't. Ms. Doyle, he was starting to answer, so we had to get... Mr. Cavalli, I apologize. Mr. Glenn, let's try it again.
Okay.
That was the function that she was performing that night according to what the sheriff had told you, correct? Mr. Mayor, objection. Mr. Cavalli, objection, no foundation. Ms. Doyle, I will join. Reporter, I have no idea what you just said. Mr. Mayor, I said objection, if you know. Mr. Mayor, thank you.
I think that reporter needs a hearing aid.
No doubt.
Can I answer now?
By Mr. Glenn, yes.
The sheriff didn't tell me what her actions were or her orders. I'm assuming that she was in there because of the female thing and collecting evidence, which I'm sure Judy Dvorak was capable of doing.
Fine.
Sorry. Yeah,
Fine.
okay.
And now, having collected the evidence, she needed to take the evidence to the crime lab, correct?
Right.
And that's what you were asked to do. Well, asked. That's what you were told to do the next morning, correct?
Yes.
Can you give me an approximation of the time of day that you were first arrived at the hospital?
Okay, I would say it was light out yet. It was, of course, July, it would be. And I would say maybe 6:30, maybe somewhere in there.
And do you know what time it was when you left, approximately?
Oh, I must have left between 9 and 10, maybe a little later.
Did you leave immediately after the sheriff told you to be back at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And when you left, do you recall seeing anybody down, anybody else in the hospital that was not in the emergency room area that you've been describing?
Boy, I can't recall that.
Do you know who was left behind when you left the hospital based on your observations and the sheriff was there?
I left before the sheriff. I have no idea where Shay was. If he had left or what, I had no idea. I would imagine Judy Dvorak would have been there yet, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. At the time that, as we've already established that you don't know for certain, in the order in which Cachet and or Kocourek went into the emergency room, right? You're just not sure of that.
No, I'm not sure of seeing Cachet actually go in ahead of the sheriff.
Okay. But at the time that, well, did you see Kocourek come out of the room?
Yes, yeah.
So at least you know at some point he went in.
Oh, yeah, he was in there, yeah.
Okay. Do you have any idea who else was in the emergency room during the times that, let's say from the point when Cachet makes the comment about wanting to do his composite first and the time that you see Kocourek come out of the room?
Well, Judy Dvorak was in there.
Okay.
The victim, I believe a doctor, a couple of nurses.
You know if the victim's husband, Tom, was in there?
I didn't see Tom at all that night.
Okay. And you yourself didn't go into the emergency room, right?
When I arrived, they were already in there.
Okay.
And when they came out, I didn't notice that much except the sheriff. But I didn't even know when Cachet left.
Okay. Mr. Glenn, let me talk to you. Go off the record for a second. Mr. Cavelli, why don't we take a break? They're on break from 10:45 to 10:54. Back on the record. Exhibit 92 identified by Mr. Glenn. Mr. Kolanczyk, during the recess, I gave you 3 sheets of paper which have numbers in the lower right-hand corner. 005514, 15, and 16. Is that correct?
Yeah, right, yes.
And those 3 pages are now stapled together, and there is an exhibit sticker placed on the first page on 5514.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us what exhibit number that is?
It's 92. 8405, the date.
All right. You may recall that earlier in your deposition, there were times when I said that if you wanted to look at a report to help refresh your recollection,
Yeah.
you could do that. And we're nearing the end of your deposition, so I want to give you the chance to look at that. Let me invite your attention, please, to the second page, 5515.
Yep.
And the first full paragraph that begins with, quote, while Kolanczyk was still at the hospital, unquote. Do you see that one?
Yeah.
And in particular, to the last sentence of that paragraph. Can you read that into the record, please?
Okay. The whole paragraph?
Just the last sentence.
Okay. Kolanczyk.
I'm sorry. Let me withdraw that because I think you might as well read the whole paragraph. That'll put it in context.
Okay.
Mr. Bascom, go ahead.
Okay. Quote, while Kolanczyk was still at the hospital, Jane Couchet from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department came to the hospital. Couchet was going to work with the victim to draw a composite picture. Kolanczyk heard Couchet state that no one should show the victim any pictures of potential suspects until the composite picture is complete. Kolanczyk then observed Couchet and Sheriff Kocourek go into the victim's hospital room to do the drawing. Unquote.
Mr. Glenn, and let me ask you, reading that, which is, first of all, the statement you gave to the state agents, correct?
Right.
Mr. Cavelli, objection. Mr. Glenn, that. Mr. Glenn, anything else? Mr. Cavelli, I'm going to object to the form. Mr. Glenn, okay. Mr. Cavelli, and the foundation. Mr. Glenn, okay. Mr. Glenn, that is what you said to the agents, correct?
Apparently, if it's on there, yeah.
Okay, and is that consistent with your recollection now?
Yeah, it was a lot sooner that I could recollect than it is today.
Sure.
And it is possible that I could have told them this, yeah.
And, I mean, this thing was prepared 2 years earlier than we are now, correct?
Oh, yeah. And like I said, I never saw this one before.
Sure. Okay. But having seen it now, is it your recollection that you observed Couchet and Kocourek go into the hospital room to do the drawing?
Right now, when you asked me that question at first, I couldn't.
Sure.
But if I already mentioned this on this report, Exhibit 92, I would say this is a very possible it could have happened, yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that this report is also talks about is, again, your awareness of the fact that Stephen Avery was considered a suspect. Do you see that on the same page, a few paragraphs down, the paragraph begins with, quote, Golanzik was asked if he knew that it was Stephen Avery was considered a suspect, unquote. It's about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I know the one you're talking about here, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's, again, that's consistent with your recollection, isn't it? That is how you heard it. That is that you heard while you were at the hospital that Stephen Avery was considered a suspect.
Yeah, well, I didn't mention that I heard it, but I don't know from who. I did mention that I heard it, but I don't know from who.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
And all I'm trying to do is show you that that's pretty much what you were saying to the agents.
Yeah.
Then at the same time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that happened in connection with your coming into this deposition is that you were given a subpoena. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And that subpoena had an attachment asking you to bring records if you had them.
I had nothing.
Okay. And that's what I'm just going to ask you now. You went over the statement, the attachment, and the subpoena and read it.
Yes.
And when you read it, you realized that this, what was requested by the subpoena and the attachments?
Yes.
And you also realized that you did not have any of the materials that the attachment and the subpoena called for. Is that a fair statement?
That's right. I never even saw the report on this case.
Okay.
Until I did see some excerpts of it that I asked about a little back, but I did not see at the time. Like I put at the bottom here, I was not in the loop. I was just told what to do and did it, and that was it.
I gather that. I mean, you were told to come to the hospital, you did.
Yep.
You were told to stick around the hospital, you did.
Yeah.
You were told to leave the hospital, you did. You were told to come back the next morning to deal with stuff going to the crime lab.
Yeah.
But you got directed differently the next morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to go into all that.
Okay. I was not directed to leave the hospital. I was directed to come in. But I stayed on my own to try to make sure that nothing would pop up that required some help or whatever.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
And I mean, the point is that you did not consider yourself to be running this investigation, correct?
Absolutely not.
You were simply doing what you were told to do by others, in particular the sheriff.
Yes.
Now, you have said that on more than one occasion that there are theories that you have about this case. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I guess it's not unnatural to have them.
Sure. Reporter, I'm sorry, I guess it's
unnatural to have that.
Mr. Glenn, it's natural to have that. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, natural. I'm sorry. It's natural to have theories. I think people have theories about anything you talk about.
Sure. And your theories, though, are based on just not your observations, but also on a quarter century of experience as a law enforcement officer, correct?
Partly, yeah.
Sure. I mean, you've been in the city law enforcement.
Yeah.
And in jail law enforcement and county law enforcement for a long time, right?
Right.
Now, one of the things that you'll see in the exhibit that's before you is in the, if I can just reach over and point, in the thicker paragraph near the bottom of the page.
Okay.
A reference to your not understanding what Avery would have been doing in the location where the sexual assault occurred, and saying that the place where the assault took place was not a place where Avery would have been. And so you had doubts as to whether or not Avery actually committed the crime. Is that what you in fact told these agents as they recorded in their reports?
I wasn't.
Mr. Cabell, excuse me, sir. Objection. Foundation. Lack of foundation. Go ahead.
I think I told him something about that because Mr. Avery had somewhat of a reputation being in trouble now and then. And I guess I really wasn't the only one that thought, well, what was he doing up there? It didn't make sense that much, but you never know. He could have been up there.
Mr. Glenn, sure.
And whatever. But it just didn't make sense at the time. So it was hard to understand that.
Okay. Were there other theories that you had as to this investigation? Mr. Cabelli, objection. Objection. Foundation and form. Mr. Bascom, object to the form. Mr. Mayor, yeah, also relevancy. Go ahead. Ms. Doyle, join. Back to Mr. Glenn. You're allowed to answer.
Well, there again, I wasn't there. I can't swear to any of this.
Sure.
Well, I can't swear to it, but I did have some question about the lineup, the picture lineup. I don't know. I wasn't in there, but there is such a thing as that you can direct certain things by the way you say it or do it or whatever. Does that make sense?
Sure. That's what we're talking about before.
I can see Kocourek leering at this guy.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm just think it is a possibility. And that was my main thing. And of course, if it starts out as in that case, it would really take over the complete case.
Did it appear to you that the focus of Stephen Avery was pretty quick in this case?
Yes.
Did it appear at any time that any other suspect was seriously considered in this case? Mr. Cabelli, objection. No foundation. Ms. Doyle, join. Mr. Mayor, yeah, he wasn't involved. Back to Mr. Glenn. You're allowed to answer. Reporter, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
The only one
Mayor, he wasn't involved.
The only one I heard of, there was some guy in Two Rivers that the name came up. I don't know who the guy was that maybe looked like Avery.
Back to Mr. Glenn. Do you know the name Gregory Allen in any connection with this case?
I do now, yeah.
Do you recall ever hearing that name raised in the connection with this case?
Yes. It was either a call placed to a jailer or a call placed to the city or somebody that they called. But I think it was Brown County called saying that we may have your suspect up here. And I guess supposedly the sheriff made the remark, quote, no, we have our man, unquote. I can't tell you where I heard it, when I heard it, but that's something I just heard.
Sure.
You know.
Sure.
You know, I didn't come up with it, but I just heard someone say that.
Okay.
I don't.
Somebody in law enforcement said that to you?
It was either a city police officer or somebody in our department who heard it from somebody. I don't know. One of those things.
Sure.
I think in a criminal case it would be called hearsay.
Yeah, okay.
But those are things you heard.
And I mean, in the Manitowoc area during the time that you were there, it wasn't uncommon for police officers and sheriffs to interact on cases of common interest, was it?
That's the way you exist sometimes.
Sure.
You have to help. You have to have the help from the outside, actually, from the public too. But you have to work together on this stuff.
I mean, you don't draw the line and say, well, I'm sorry, you're not a member of my department, so I don't want to hear what you have about a case, do you? Mr. Mayor, form of the question, incomplete hypothetical. Ms. Doyle, you can answer.
Well, yeah. In today's world, even back then already, there was more communication between officers. Some of these were, quote, this is mine, unquote, you know.
Back to Mr. Glenn, sure.
But I think generally, overall, they work together, yeah.
And so as a consequence of your talking to city police officers, to other members of the sheriff's department, you're not able today, right now, to identify who told you the information.
No, it was just one of those.
All you know is that you heard it.
I heard it, yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. And I take it that you'd have a hard time putting a date on that too?
Not a date, but a time.
Or a time, maybe.
Because the thing was, things were moving along, I guess. Like I said, I didn't see any of the reports at that time. things were moving along, and it was substantiated that Steve Avery was a suspect by whoever.
Mm-hmm.
But then these things come drifting in a little bit, but at that time, I can't say. It would had to have been after July. I think it would have been before. When was this court case?
Well, late. I don't know if I'm
6 months later.
allowed to give you information, but
Well, I know, Well, it should have been public record,
sure it is.
but I don't remember either. It's got to be in there someplace.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
I mean, if it were, say, late fall of
Yeah.
85 and sentencing in March of 86, I mean, somewhere in that range?
Before the goings on occurred, shall we say. Okay.
Before the court trial?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And let me ask you just a couple of more general questions here. Given your experience in that department and your time working in that department, are you able to identify any other cases in which Sheriff Kocourek had taken the lead of the investigation prior to the Penny Bernstein case?
Not right offhand, but I would say there's something of he would not take the lead, but he would be definitely into it. I mean, as far as that goes, in more of a senior, not a senior, but as a super type of a crime or something. He definitely would be involved in some way, but he wouldn't have the lead.
And was it your experience that someone like, let's say, Don Belts, for example, who held the rank that would allow him to be in charge of detectives, would be more ordinarily leading an investigation?
Well, it depends on, again, the seriousness of the investigation.
Sure.
Generally, the way it works, if there'd be a burglary or something, the patrol officers would get there first to check the scene, make sure there's nobody in there anymore, guard the scene, and then they would send 1 or 2 detectives out there. And they basically would become the head people there unless the sheriff would come along and say, hey, sorry, I think we should have done this. We should have this done. He'd come up with his suggestions, or he would say, I want this done or that done. Well, he's the boss.
Sure.
But generally, a guy would be assigned that, or 2 guys would be assigned. Yeah.
As opposed to the sheriff doing it himself, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Okay. Mr. Glenn, that's all I have, sir. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. I don't know if anybody else has questions. Reporter, let's go off the record briefly. And they're right back on the record. Mr. Kocourek is doing the examination. Good morning.
Good morning.
You have Exhibit 92 there in front of you.
Right.
You didn't type that up, right?
No.
You didn't dictate the words that are in the report. True?
Like I says, I didn't get to read. I did not receive a report, and they must have gathered up the information, made a report out.
And they didn't show you that report and ask you to approve it within the days of your talking to them, right?
No.
Ms. Doyle, is that correct? Mr. Kocourek, is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And the first time you saw that was today.
Right.
And do you remember when you talked to these people?
Yeah. 2 young ladies came one day, and I don't know their names or anything. Their cards are someplace at home. And they spent about an hour or so there, at the house.
And
But I can't tell you a date on that.
Nor can you tell us exactly what words you said to them when you met with them back then, true? It's been over a year now.
Well, not word for word.
Now, you had mentioned something about hearing some rumor about some law enforcement from Brown County saying there may have been a perpetrator in the Penny Bernstein's assault. Do you remember that?
Yeah, could have been, and...
Was it your understanding that when they said that, they had that person in custody in Brown County?
I believe he was for a similar crime.
Okay. Might this have been in 95 that you heard this rumor and that's when this occurred?
There's a possibility, yeah.
Okay. So it might have been a decade after the trial, right?
Yeah, well, at my age, decades or weeks.
I know the feeling. Mr. Bascom, the years go by like picket fence.
Oh, unbelievable.
Mr. Covelli, and you've been asked a lot of questions today about the events
Yeah,
that occurred 20 years ago, correct?
yes.
And some of the answers you gave, I think you indicated you assumed that you were kind of surmising what you think maybe should have occurred if things went the way you thought, right?
Well, I think you were asking what some of the procedures were.
Okay.
And that would have been procedure.
For example, you were present when anyone gave Miss Deputy Dvorak instructions as to what she was or was not to do, correct?
Correct, yeah. But
Mr. Glenn, excuse me, I'm going to object to the form on the grounds of leading questions. Mr. Covelli, were you present when anyone gave Deputy Dvorak her instructions as to what she was to do on July 29, 1985?
no,
Did you ever see her that evening?
no. I think when they all came out, she was still gathering evidence.
Did she ever speak to you that evening?
I don't recall.
Did anyone ever tell you what her instructions were?
No,
Okay.
no.
Now, is it that, and I want to make sure that I understand your testimony, is it your testimony that when you leave the hospital that evening on July 29, 1985, around 9 or 10 o'clock, that Miss Bernstein is still in the emergency room?
That I can't tell you. She could have been taken to a room.
Okay.
I don't know.
Could the sheriff have been coming out of her room rather than the emergency room when you saw him leave the room, as you testified earlier?
No, that was the emergency room. Definitely the emergency room.
Do you remember, as you sit here today, not what you think should have occurred or might have occurred, but do you actually, as you sit here today, remember Miss Bernstein being in her hospital room rather than in the emergency room while you were there?
No,
If you look at Exhibit 92, second page, first full paragraph, last sentence, it says that you then observed Cachet and Sheriff Kocourek go into the victim's hospital room to do the drawing. Did I read that correctly?
that could have been remembered at this time, but I didn't remember it now.
Okay. But as you sit here today, and this is what I really want to know, as you sit here today, do you actually presently have a memory as to what room they came out? What Cachet and
Cachet?
Cachet and the sheriff, went in to do the composite?
It definitely had to be the emergency. That's where they were all working in there. In fact, the sheriff was waiting to go in and they were in there working on it.
Okay. But here's my question, sir. You just told me what you think it had to be. Mr. Kelly, no, I object, Mr. Covelli. He answered your question. Mr. Covelli, that's a speaking objective, isn't it? Mr. Bascom, my goodness. Mr. Kelly, you're the one who's making the speech, not the witness. Mr. Covelli, that's another speaking objection. Mr. Covelli, now let me just make sure. What I want to know is, as you sit here today, do you have an actual memory in your mind's eye of seeing what room these two people went into and to do the composite? Mr. Kelly, objection, asked and answered. Mr. Covelli, you may answer.
Well, she wasn't in the garage. She was in an emergency room. When people came out of there, doctors, nurses came out, sheriff came out. That's an emergency room. That wasn't a private room.
So, when you left the hospital, that's where she was?
I don't know. They may have moved her out another door to a room. I have no idea. I didn't go in there. I wouldn't have been allowed in there. But I just assumed that she was still in there or moved to a different room. Chances are she probably was moved to a different room already. I don't know. Some of these things that you claim I assume, it's things that I don't want to say taken for granted, but this would be the procedure they would do.
Okay.
Judy Dvorak was collecting evidence.
So when you leave the hospital, you don't know where Penny Bernstein is, whether she's in an emergency room or some other room in the hospital.
No.
Mr. Cavelli, that's all I have. Thank you. Mr. Bascom, I have a couple of questions. Examination by Mr. Bascom. Earlier in your testimony, in response to some questions about your theories, you talked about the photo array. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what you recall from that night. Did you ever see the photographs that were delivered by the jailer? I don't mean in a stack, but did you see the actual pictures of the people that were on the photographs?
No.
Did you ever see the photo array that was put together and shown to the victim?
No.
So you don't have any evidence.
No.
Let me finish my question.
I know.
You don't have any evidence that would lead you to conclude that something was improper with the photo array. True?
That's true.
Mr. Bascom. Okay, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I have just a few. Off the record for 1 minute. Back on the record. Examination by Mr. Mayor. Now, earlier in your response to a question from Mr. Glenn, you said that the sheriff was already there, so he was number one. When you said he was number one, you meant now he's in charge of the investigation?
Well, yeah.
Because he's the first one there?
He was there, and he was also the boss.
Well, and it's usually the first detective that arrives that takes over a case. Is that fair?
Well, I would say, he was the first one there, and I certainly wasn't given the reins.
Okay.
So he took it over, and he's the boss.
And this was a larger or more significant case. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So it was a more unusual case because of the seriousness of the case. Fair?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And you said he appeared irritated or angry. Was it your impression that's because he wouldn't get a hold of some other detective earlier?
Yeah.
Based on the dispatch?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, like the dispatcher said, she says, okay, I'm glad I could get a hold of you. She says, nobody else is answering their phones and nobody's around.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to explain to the sheriff that, hey, but I can see he might have been irritated on that too. Yeah.
Okay.
I would have been.
You would have been irritated?
If I was the sheriff, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate your candor, sir.
Not at the guy that came in, but the guys that weren't available, and they probably should have been.
Thank you, sir. Reporter Mr. Glenn. Examination by Mr. Glenn. You still have Exhibit 92 in front of you?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. We had a recess during which you read that document, correct?
Okay, yeah.
And when you read that document, you didn't see anything in there that you thought was just dead wrong, correct? Mr. Cavelli, objection to form. Mr. Kelly, or Mr. Glenn, you're allowed to answer. Mr. Bascom, you can answer. Ms. Dole, you can answer.
Okay. Not what we have covered.
Now, Mr. Glenn, that's what I'm talking about in the materials that we have talked about.
Okay, yeah. I did tell let's see now, where was it? Something about the crime lab. I was trying to think about this crime lab because I was supposed to go in that morning.
Sure. Let me interrupt because I didn't go into the crime lab stuff.
Yeah.
I don't even care about that.
Okay, fine. Then that's the only thing I thought, oh boy, that's right. It's when I skimmed over it, I think it's very accurate. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't have any reason to believe that the two Justice Department agents that interviewed you would be lying in their report as to what you said, do you? Mr. Bascom, object to the form. Go ahead.
Oh.
Mr. Bascom, we have to make objections for the record.
Yeah, I know. They're not they're not, they didn't print anything that I didn't say except for the back page. But we didn't cover that. So
Okay.
I never got a report, and I wish I could have seen it and signed it so I can, well,
Sure. You know, the same law enforcement agencies do that. That is when they take a statement
yeah.
from somebody and they give a copy to the witness, right?
Well, they should. Well, they didn't have it typed yet.
Sure. And then there are other law enforcement agencies that don't do it right away, do it that way, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, I take it that you don't suggest here that somehow you were treated differently from other witnesses that they spoke to. Mr. Bascom, object to the form, lacks foundation.
Well, that's hard to say. I wasn't sworn at or anything. I mean,
Mr. Glenn, sure.
they were very nice people. No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you were asked a bunch of questions about the difference between the hospital room and the emergency room. Do you recall those?
Yeah, yeah, right.
I take it, sir, that because you never went into the emergency room, you don't know whether there was hallways or routes from the emergency room to an individual patient's hospital room, correct?
No idea. I have no idea. No.
And so when you say that you're not sure that somebody was in a hospital room as opposed to an emergency room, it's because you don't have any way of knowing. Is that right?
That's right. And I didn't see anybody being wheeled out. I don't recall that.
Right.
That would help. I don't know.
Right. And all that you know is that the doors that you saw Mr. Kocourek coming out of when he told you to be around 7 o'clock the next morning were the emergency room doors.
Right.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
That's it now?
Ms. Doyle, that's it. Reporter, okay, there being no further questions, that position is concluded at 11:27 a.m. Off the record. Whew.
Wow. Yeah,
I got
that's awesome, guys. So
that one by Mr. Bascom. I mean, did you notice how he kept trying to get him to alter what?
Mm-hmm.
As you sit here today, do you have a specific memory? Bullshit.
Yeah, you can.
You know,
tell
this guy, it felt like he was like defying Kocourek and
Yes.
not
Absolutely.
not scared of him at all.
No. I mean, I think it's pretty ballsy of him because did you also notice what else did he talk about? I don't think we ever really talked about the Brown County call, and he was fired. He was Let me see. Let me go back and look.
Boy, the lawyers didn't like that question.
No. So yeah, he was retired. So if he knew about the Brown County call, then that means that everyone else knew about it, because I have a feeling that this is the cop that did shit by the book, right? So they didn't include him in any of their dirty dealings, because he's pretty much he hasn't altered anything. He said, I don't recall one time. Everyone else, that was like their go-to response for every frigging question. And his deposition was 2 hours long.
I'm sure that they were given instruction, to talk to about Ms. Doyle. She was there to put the hammer down. And I think a lot of them were afraid too. Fear had to come into this. I mean, not necessarily that they would be killed, but there's job fear too. These people have been. This guy's been a cop for a long time.
Yeah.
We don't know what skeletons are in Kocourek's closet.
Oh, you don't want to shake. You don't want to shake that tree.
No. But the man went to an officer's home with the gun, and his successor said it would be easier to kill Stephen Avery. I mean, who even says that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is supposed to be a man who is being paid by our tax or their tax dollars to protect and serve, and he's discussing murder.
He was
Well,
thinking out loud. I think
Yeah,
he probably
he was-
regretted that.
Christina, hell, everybody, that Peterson was a Kocourek disciple, no doubt, bathed in the blood.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and he's involved. Have you, Susan's reading the Randall Matea file. He's involved in that case too. He was involved in the 85 case. And I think he's been on the job. I haven't reread his deposition lately, but he had been an officer for many decades, right? I think he started in the either early 80s or late 70s. So
Who are you talking about, Christine?
Which one?
Peterson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Peterson, I think, started in the late 70s or early 80s. Yeah, absolutely, he did.
Yeah. So he's been right with Kocourek in all the dirt. So, because Kocourek started at the Manitowoc Police Department in '69, and I have FOIA'd every single murder case that we know of that is controversial. So the Sukawati case, the Ziegelbauer case, the Roll, which is the Mary Glasser murders, the Randall Matea Pam Claflin case, and they are not happy with me because I'm asking these questions. But Kocourek was involved on some level with all of these, every single case. So
Yeah, I've read some of the Matea case. It's quite something. I'm not as far as Susan is, but yeah.
It just reads like a stitch up. It does not read like actual. If you compare the Manitowoc Police Department's reports versus the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office reports, one, Manitowoc County handled the murder part of the case, and the police department handled the missing persons case. But the missing persons case has more pages than the murder file.
It's crazy.
And yeah, that tells you everything you need to know right there. Because if they're not writing down what they're doing in a murder case, if you have a murder case that's less than 100 pages of police reports, and it took over a year to get your person arrested, that there's something, not right here. And
something a little fishy.
Yeah. And then, like I've said before, we have bleached jeans. We have a snitch, a prison snitch, and we have the absurd. They had someone go into a room and they drove cars around him, and he identified the suspect by the sound of a vehicle.
Now, car lineup. Yeah.
If that's not junk science, right? So,
yeah.
And Kocourek was involved in that case as well. So, I just, you have to wonder if any of their cases are legit. And then the weird thing is, I need to find that article again and repost it. But there's an article in a Wisconsin newspaper the day that Pam Claflin's body was found. There's a newspaper article, and the last couple of sentences say this is the third body found in Manitowoc, or the third murder in Manitowoc this month. So, I know what their official crime report stats say, but I don't see a newspaper getting that wrong, I think that they have inaccurately reported crime.
That would be the first department to do that, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And this Kalansik deposition, I mean, it's damning. And Kocourek was there listening to every word.
Yeah, that really brings up something that needs to be asked. I mean, I know that civil depositions have different rules that apply. However, I just see it as really inappropriate for his ass to have been there.
No kidding. I agree. I mean, him knowing exactly the way this guy answered.
Yeah.
You know.
So, and Kalansik was firm on he saw Couchet and Kocourek going into Penny's hospital room together.
Yeah.
Right. And if you think about the conversation, he witnessed the conversation where Couchet's like, "Don't show her the pictures until I get the drawing." Right.
Yeah. I gotta do the composite first.
Right. So you know that she's in the emergency room. So that back and forth that the defense attorneys did at the end, trying to make it appear like maybe she wasn't in the emergency room any longer.
Sure.
That's not fly. That's not going to fly, because they were talking about doing the sketch before he showed her the mugshots.
Yeah.
So she's in the room. Nice try, though,
Yeah.
And so you have that. You have the fact that he stated that Kocourek was the lead investigator in this. You have the fact that he talked about the call from Brown County, and he wouldn't have heard it. He made sure to let them know that he had heard it around the time it was made, and not, when it just came out in 2003.
Well, that there was talk between these officers. There had to be. They talk.
Oh yeah, and then I don't know if we got the deposition in that I had thought I was going to do today. But one of these guys testifies that there was around 60 officers in the sheriff's department in 85. So that's not a lot of people. And that's including the jail people, right? So you figure it probably takes 20 or 30 to staff the jail, I would think. Maybe 15 to staff the jail.
I know that. I'm not sure if they do it like Calumet does it, but I do know that Calumet, they had a certain staff that was full time, but they also, when they could see more business coming down the pike or things that they, transportation, blah blah blah, they had other like reserve people they called in. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure if Manitowoc.
I'm not sure. Had that. That's what Manitowoc had, because that's what Dvorak was. Judy Dvorak's husband was like a reserve deputy. He would do transport. Judy Dvorak would do transport. It's in their depositions. So they had a couple of that. They would be needed, like they were fill-ins.
I bet they had several actually.
Yeah.
That we don't know. We don't have their names. So
I wish that we could have got Gospodarak's deposition. I guess he passed away prior to it, and I think he was another one that was going to try and out Kocourek. I can't imagine how that, I really want that deposition, the one we just read. I want to see Kocourek while this is or I want to watch
the video, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to see how Kalansik looks while he's saying these disparaging remarks about Kocourek. Is he staring at him when he's saying it like big F you don't scare me?
Well,
yeah.
Christina, can you imagine him sitting there when he's testifying, and there's already been like 50 objections, and he did it again there. He even said it, "Well, you're just going to object."
It's just you could tell that he wasn't going to play the game.
No.
So
he might be a good guy to try and contact.
I doubt he's still alive, honestly.
Yeah?
He's pretty old.
Yeah.
He's 69.
He was,
and this was 2000.
In 05, yeah.
So
16 years ago.
16. So, he could be, but
85?
79, yeah, he'd be 85 or something like that.
69.
79 plus, 85.
16.
Yeah, 85.
That's not too old. I mean,
No, I mean,
No.
some people stay with it for a
it'd be
long time.
interesting to talk to him.
Yeah,
Get a
I
little
would
dirt
love
on
to talk-
Kocourek.
I would love to talk to him. You know,
Yeah.
if he's a healthy individual, I mean, it's very possible he could be.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Well,
Yep.
Kocourek, got to him. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Damn, we lost yours too.
Oh.
I was reading one of the depositions we didn't get to. Couchet had a bird. I didn't know this. Somebody makes a statement about driving up and going to his house and visiting him, and he would always be sitting on his porch with his bird on his shoulder. I don't know why I find that odd, but yeah.
I'd like to get a hold of that bird if he's a talker.
Yeah.
Crochet did it.
And then someone tried to diminish the fact that the Avery sketch was in Couchet's office, floating around. They said it wasn't on the wall; it was on his desk. But this was like 10 years after he had been convicted, and there is a document. There's a report in the DOJ investigation file. They called Sheboygan to see if Gregory Allen was ever had any run-ins there, and they had never heard of him. So I wonder if this Sheboygan thing wasn't an attempt to minimize the phone call, but it looks like they had introduced it in 85. I don't understand this Sheboygan thing. There's something to it, though.
I think they're just trying to show that they had other suspects.
Well, I mean, there could have been something, a rumor or a tip or something, and that's all it is. I don't think it's anything, but might be worth trying to find something.
Well, I think. What's your plans for open mic this Sunday? Did we get anything in the mail today?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
When did we pay for the Marinette? Thursday or Friday?
It was. Let's see. Yeah, it's been at least a week. I'd have to look, but yeah, it was last week. I think middle of the week. So.
Oh, so hopefully it'll come tomorrow.
I haven't been given anything from the mail today, but it's possible, I guess. No, I think somebody would have told me if I got something.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get it tomorrow then.
I would hope.
Are you gonna do depositions tomorrow, depositions for open mic, or?
No, I think I'm going to take a break from that. I think I'm going to. I'm leaning towards looking and reading at least to some degree into that large file on Gregory Allen and some of the reports that were in there. A couple other things I'm looking at too, but I haven't made a firm decision. But I'm not going to do another deposition for a week or two because I've done a few, so I want to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think I'll probably take a week off next week and have a guest. Since that was kind of the plan, but then I want to get these in there. I want to, because it's like the anniversary of it all, right? So I feel like this is a good time to try and get them out there. But I did say that my plan was to do 1 or 2 weeks of interviews, and I should have some more information about Gregory Allen by next week as well. Maybe we can tie ours then together even. Let's see what comes up.
Just let me know.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you guys so much for reading the depositions.
Hey, you bet.
Oh yeah. I mean, the reason and the reason that I probably don't want to do another deposition is what I want to do is kind of tie some of the reports that tie into the depositions, if that makes sense.
Mm.
You just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because there's reports that are in there, they're exhibits, but and we don't get to see them during the deposition, but we can see it after the fact and see what's in there.
So Alan Kalancic passed away in 2007 at the Theda Clark Regional Medical Center. He was born July.
That's a couple years after he gave the deposition.
He passed away, let me see, July 11th. So he saw Stephen Avery convicted, passed away before Brendan was.
Yep.
Let's see if it says what he passed away from. I would be interested to see if he had any notes.
He said he didn't. Any notes?
Yeah. Oh, he was Catholic.
Yeah, he said he didn't have any information. That's another thing I think is a little strange. I mean, maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm not a cop. Big question for Cypher Cop as to, I mean, I know a lot of detectives. You see this throughout the country, even around the world. A lot of detectives keep their own notes for cases as they go through their career,
Oh, yeah.
And these guys didn't, which, I don't know, a big case like this, I find that a little strange. I don't know.
I think the only reason they didn't keep them is probably because Kocourek ordered them to destroy them. Because it comes in handy in case there's ever questions later. I mean, all police officers have the little black book with all their notes in it, right? I mean, that's
I think most do, and I know a lot of times, the detectives' notes, they get filed with their cases, because a lot of them have a book for each case, to keep things separate, and I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I just know a lot of detectives that do it for 20, 30, 40 years. They have their own case file. They keep it home. I think it's a little strange.
Anyway. He served as a patrolman with the city of Two Rivers for 8.5 years and was with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department as a jailer and a detective for 21.5. He also served as the juvenile officer for the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. He was appointed to the Manitowoc County Youth Services Coordinating Council by the Manitowoc County Board and also served as an advisory board member of the Manitowoc County Juvenile Restitution Project and the Victim Offender Mediation Project. So he was very active in the juvenile justice issues. So this shit with Brendan probably ate him up.
I can imagine he probably had a really bad feeling about that one, just given on how he talked during his deposition.
Yeah, I think I doubt he ever entertained Stephen being guilty, especially if he's still talking to these guys, which they may have ostracized him after that deposition, but I'm sure if he did have anyone that he was still talking to, everybody knew Stephen was getting set up. And I wrote a post yesterday, been posted on Reddit, and I cannot. I know there's lots of excuses for the RAV showing being seized on November 3rd, but I know it shows it was seized on November 3rd because Manitowoc County seized it on November 3rd. I know that is something they can't change, and they wish they could. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of debate about that.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's lots of explanations for it. I know Solo's got a ton of them on Reddit, but I'm telling you now, it says it's seized because it was. And I have no proof, but
and kidnapping.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like
Very strange.
they had a plan of how it was going to go down, and they
Boss
entered
has a
that
change of plans.
and then they had to change it. And I think the reason they had to change it was some daggum jail calls to Jody. They couldn't make the crime off the property. So then they had to move everything to the property. So, I think the original plan,
Excuse me.
the original plan was to convict him of a crime that occurred somewhere else. But they knew, because, they're in the middle of these depositions, and he had 16 alibi witnesses in the first case that they ignored. So they knew they had to use his witnesses against him in this one.
I know that there was an effort. I know that there was an effort made. Actually, it's happened a few times to try to find out of any towing services that if they did actually seize it on the 3rd, who did it? Who came and hauled it away? Was it Rabas, or was it some other? Was it one of the Hermans? With their tow truck.
I think that's who would have done it. Well, I mean, either one of them would have done it, right? I mean, Rabas probably would have done it, and
probably. I mean, but we just need that piece of paper to say, yeah, and that would seal the deal,
Mm-hmm.
Because if that actually happened on the 3rd,
Well, I mean, if it happened on the 3rd, then that means that the Gilter's number one piece of damning evidence against Stephen Avery is garbage,
gone.
right?
That's right, and we know it wasn't on the property on the 4th, because if it was, we'd have never heard the end of it. See, that damn thing sat there and there it is. You can see it right there. It's in the flower footage, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I mean, Seeking has done some posts where she thinks it was on there, but to be honest, we don't know when that flyover footage was taken, right? And then you have Seifert.
Well, no, we do know it was the 4th. I mean,
We don't know exactly what time. And we have is it Paul Seifert? We have that call where he says that he saw the RAV going past his property, followed by a white Jeep, and then only the Jeep come out. So that's when they placed it on the property, in my opinion. So if we could figure out when that call happened and match it up with the flyover video that shows it, because Seeking, and I think yours still on?
No, we lost yours.
Went to bed.
Because yours, I think, is on the same page as Seeking Truth for Good when it comes to this analyzation of the frames. I don't see enough to say that it's on there. I know it's not on the 3rd, and I know that and another thing, I don't think I believe that Colburn was in the Hope Church parking lot when he told Rimmerker he was.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know that the thing with the flower footage that I keep in mind. I always tend to forget it, but I try to remember it now. Is that tape had been recorded over apparently several times because there's ghosting on it. Remember? You remember when Seeking took the video apart, framed with Adobe Lightspeed or whatever it was?
Yeah.
And there was that ghost on there.
Yeah.
So
it's been altered. Well, and we know that they altered it, right? Because it's on that tape. In the flyover footage on the same tape as in the beginning, they have that board meeting.
They're in the office. Yeah.
So we know.
And there's the plane and the helicopter both.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it goes from the fourth to the 5th. The helicopter was first, or the plane was first on the 4th. I'm sorry, and then the 5th. We're not entirely. Actually, I think somebody did run that down where it came from. I wasn't sure for a long time, but we also have to keep in mind that Great Lakes Search and Rescue had their own helicopter, Eagle 3.
Mm-hmm.
And they made it. You know about the dispatch call, right, Christina?
No. I don't even know. So when did this Eagle 3 I don't know what dispatch call you're talking about.
Well,
Please more.
well, there's not much to tell because it's like it's another rabbit hole. On the 5th, there's a dispatch call. It's clearly from the radio from Eagle 3. From Eagle 3, that's Great Lakes Search and Rescue to the Sheriff Poggle.
Okay.
And something about, God damn, I can't remember now. Something about some information. He's got some information to pass to him, but you could tell he's in the helicopter.
Really?
Really?
And that was the 5th?
That was the 5th. So, yeah, that I'll see if I can find it again. I probably got it stuck back somewhere. Because as I didn't write down everything as I was going through, but some of the more interesting dispatch transmissions, I tried to make a note of them as I was going through. I mean, you're talking about thousands of calls, so after a period of time, it's like, Jesus Christ, get me away from it. So, but yeah.
Says they were in the air just after 1 p.m. on the 4th.
There you go. So, yeah, this call was... Say it again, Susan.
Will you repeat
that? Dr. Silkman said they were in the air just after 1 p.m. on the 4th.
Okay. So I wonder when Seifert made that call. Didn't he call and do an affidavit?
Pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure he did. Yep. I'm sure he did both.
Sure. Yeah.
I wonder when he called in. Because it would be interesting to see if he called prior to the flyover. Because then it all still lines up, right?
Well, it could. Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, I'm going to have to look into this Eagle 3.
Yep.
I didn't know anything about that.
Yep.
At all.
Doc says the search was finished at 5:54 p.m. on the 4th.
And we ended up, and more search stuff the following day, to 12-minute video, we ended up with, 3 or 4 minutes out of hours and hours.
Yep. And I swear that it looks like it's taped over a Manitowoc County like a government executive meeting.
We don't. So, I mean, it could be even more than that, though, Christina. Actually, I mean, if they're going to do it once, or maybe even twice, I mean, I know videotapes cost money, but Jesus Christ, you would think they would use a pristine tape for this kind of thing.
Well, another thing. Here's the thing: this is a $2 million investigation.
More than that,
right? Over $2 million. They couldn't spring $4 for a brand new VCR tape.
Yeah,
that
really.
tells me that someone needed to edit what we were going to see in a hurry. They didn't have a blank tape, so they grabbed one and they used what they could get their hands on.
Well, there's another tape that we've never seen.
That's right.
What's that?
The 8mm tape that Tom Fallon.
Yeah.
He's pissed off. He wants the Wigert and Amanda to get that tape prepared so they can get it working. We don't know what's on that tape at all.
Yeah,
I want to see that freaking tape. One more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing. Well, I don't know. And I've never been able to find out. Did Eagle 3 have a camera on it?
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
You would think search and rescue.
Yeah, I mean, they would want to have a record of what they...
Doc says, I don't think Siebert knows exactly the time or date.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'd have to look and see if I can find his affidavit.
I just got a $500 bill from Larry Lavina.
Or...
I want any and all emails or any other communication discussing Teresa Halbach, Brendan Dassey, or the Avery property, Manitowoc County Quarry, and or Stephen Avery by any Manitowoc County Sheriff's employee. See, that's bullshit because we know it's a code search. So he wants 10 hours for the IT department to search, and then he wants $46 an hour for that. I'm gonna hush, babe. I'm going to complain about that because it's literally a string of code.
Yeah, I don't know how their search function works. Clearly, they struggle even just looking up open records requests.
We know how they search because we have the emails with the search parameters attached in that FOIA we got of their emails. So he's just trying to blow me off here.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
Larry wouldn't do that. Come on. Don't be like that.
And then
10 hours to type in some search.
So there's a deposition that mentions cases with prostitutes back in the 80s. So I sent a FOIA asking for any and all open, unsolved sexual assault or murder of female sex workers between 80 and 87, and any cases of unsolved female murders that occurred during that time frame. And his response to that one is he has no way to search for that. Oh, I got something today.
Did you?
What did I get? Yep. Let's see. Hold on.
And while you're looking, I had actually, this is off topic. Don't want to detract from what we're talking about. But I'd given Ripper did a really nice job presenting the Netflix reply to Carol Baskin's lawsuit. He did that yesterday. So I actually had meant to do this before, but I asked Cherie if she could give me more case documents. She got me a lot. There are a lot of documents already filed. And this thing to be a week old, there's like 20 filings already. I kid you not. She got me several. She got me several. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna look at these. I'm gonna contact Ripper and see if he make sure he's got everything that I've got.
Yeah, that's really nice. All right, so this is what the hell am I looking at? Oh, this is interesting. Let me see what I asked for first. All right, this is a FOIA request for any and all calls to any of the 12928 or 12930 or 12930A house numbers connected to the Avery salvage yard or the rural route address, i.e. Route 2, Box 301 in Two Rivers, that was previously used from 65 to 2021. So this is to Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office. And I got a 4-page report. And it goes back to it doesn't really tell us anything. It's not complete. It only goes to 2005. Yep. So he didn't fulfill it correctly.
That's hard to believe.
Surprise.
That's hard to believe.
So basically, I have another copy of. Let's see what we got in 2005 because that's when it would be interesting. I have the assist other agencies call. I have a 1108 property lost and found. What the hell is that? That's interesting. I haven't seen that before. This is 12930 Avery Road, Two Rivers, and it's a lost and found property call. on November 8th of 05 at 3:59 p.m.
They still have, what year? 05. They
Yes.
still have the property then.
Yeah. Exactly. Good call. Then I have a I have a November 3rd, 2005. That's interesting.
That's the
Murder
day
non-negligent.
That's the day she was reported
Mm-hmm. And they've got
missing, not
a
murdered.
murder. There's a
Oh,
thing on September 22nd of 2005.
what's that? The one they all think is Teresa's cousin. What's her name?
Oh,
Beach.
That wasn't murder though.
Carmen Botwell. Yeah,
It was
no,
an
that has.
overdose.
No, they're not related.
Yeah,
Here.
I know.
Let me turn this into a PDF and I'll share it with y'all. What time is it? We'll wrap this up in like 10 minutes. I need to get off of here. My husband messaged. So this is Manitowoc incident. Okay. Avery Road. I guess that's how I'll label it. Sheriff. All right. Save. This is really weird, y'all. I mean, I think I remember somebody's already gotten something like this because I remember there being an issue of it being a murder case on November 3rd. So I knew. But it's still weird.
Sending that to me.
Yeah, hold on. I'm fixing to send it to you right now. I just converted it and saved it. I'll send it to you too, Susan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you can just hit the plus sign and drop it in. You don't have to put it on Google.
Okay. Oh, too late.
You forgot about that little shortcut.
I know. I always. There you go. All right, y'all both have it. Let me go back to it now. So.
I'll get it up on the screen here just momentarily.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Have you seen this before?
I don't know yet. I just got a glance of it.
Familiar to me.
I've never seen it like this.
I've never seen it in this format.
No, me either.
PDF file. Where'd you go? There we go.
Oh, look.
Now it'll pop in there.
Chuck called about his son on April 7th of 2006. You see that on the bottom of page 1? That was a month after Brendan was arrested.
Incident. Yeah, I'm not sure what all this is. Somebody had to go sit and go through it.
Yeah, this is kind of weird. And then what is this? Look, Alan's calling for a citizen's assist on July 14th. That was right after Ma Avery died.
This is all the incident numbers are listed, so they can all be they can all be FOIA requested.
This is interesting.
This goes back a ways.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I wanted it to 65 when they moved onto the property, and it only goes back to 05. He's going to be so mad at me when I ask him about that. I mean, he already hates me.
Yeah.
If this is showing murder non-negligent on November 3rd,
Well, that's what it shows in that global report.
yeah, this means that their whole narrative is bullshit.
That's associated with their address, you're saying?
Yeah. So this is what the FOIA reads. It reads, I am writing this letter to respectfully request a global activity report of any and all calls to any of the 12928 Avery Road, 12930, or 12930A house numbers connected to the Avery salvage yard, or the rural route address, Route 2, Box 301, Two Rivers, that was previously used from 1965 to 2021. Now, he only gave me to 05.
Well, yeah, it's something you like to take up with him. I don't know what they're.
Do you know how mad he's going to be?
Well, that's the job he chose to take. So
Yeah, that's true. But I just don't want to hear it. All right, let's see what else he got. All right, he's not going to give me anything on Woodfield. Ooh, I got something on Evans. Let's see what I got on him. Why was he at your jail, mister? Let's find out what he came up with. These all came in while I was while we were on our live.
yeah, some of these are. I'm looking through this list here. Some of these are abandoned vehicles. There's a 911 call about something. Theft. Ambulance request. This is in 2018, November.
Y'all know why they're saying they booked Joseph Wayne Evans in from a maximum security prison into the Manitowoc County Jail?
Not a clue.
Why?
Prison overcrowding.
Oh, there you go. Well, I told you that there's a possibility that there was some kind of.
I'm not believing that. Do you believe that? Are you serious? It's a lie. It's a lie.
Wow.
I bet you all right, let me take that back. I'm going to check and see if there was overcrowding issues in Wisconsin prisons in 2010. Because in order for him to go to a county jail facility, that would mean that there was no bed space in any Wisconsin state prison for him to go out of the state prison system into the county jail system, right?
He's a serial killer, right?
No, well, he killed his wife.
Okay.
And then he confessed to, first he said Stephen confessed to him, and then he said he killed Teresa.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and talked about her vagina like a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he was sent from Boscobel to.
Well, if you're looking, you might see if other prisoners were also transferred to local county jails for just help with overcrowding for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
There could have been remodeling going on at a prison where they had to shut something down. I mean,
they would have to take him out of the state prison facility and put him into the county jail system. It just doesn't happen. I mean, my dad was in prison for 13 and a half years. Once you're a state inmate, you don't go to county jail unless you have a case. Yeah. I mean, you're putting all the non-sentenced citizens at risk by putting a maximum security prisoner into a space where these people who are innocent until proven guilty are located, right?
Yeah, you know, and Stephen was sent to Tennessee at one point.
Yeah, you ship them
Maybe
out
for
of state.
overcrowding,
Good point, Susan. You
right?
don't put them in the county jail, especially not the county jail where, lo and behold, he's going to have a confession from, your most famous murder suspect.
Now, look, that information doesn't just get passed willy-nilly. You got to get them close so you can, have a few meetings with them. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
It's probably dirt, babe. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to get off of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been on for a while.
4 hours and
job,
4 hours and 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah. So that's my record. My husband's
Alrighty.
laughing at me. Everyone have a good night and thank you for coming. And let's see. Next up for us is we have Jeff Jones tomorrow with After Dark, and then we have isn't just Rhonda's show this evening as well?
I think so. I think it's tonight. Probably
In a half hour.
I want to say 6 or 7 Central. So yeah, we'll have to look and see.
So we have just Rhonda, then Jeff Jones, and then we have Brendan Talks, and then the reading with Uncle Ken.
Yep.
And then open mic. That's pretty impressive. All right,
Yep.
Everyone have a great night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christina.
All right.
This has been a Foul Play production.